Please be seated. Good evening and welcome everyone to the Eastbourne Borough Council meeting. I am the Mayor, Councillor Roddahan. All councillors have been sent the agenda and supplementary agenda papers for this meeting. In addition, copies of the supplementary papers have been placed on tables. For councillors wishing to speak, please indicate by raising a hand and come to the microphone at the front of the room when called. Please note that the meeting is being webcast. No speech by a member of the council shall exceed 5 minutes, except for the 2 budget speakers. Item 7, minutes. Councillors, do you wish me to sign the minutes of the meetings on 17 November 2021 and the 31st of January 2022 as a correct record? Agreed. Please go ahead and speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's one thing that I would just draw attention to. It's page 7, minute number 42. It speaks about, in the second line, one of the Mayor's announcements. The Mayor congratulated 2 local charities supporting women who have been presented with the Queen's Award, Bramber Bakehouse, and then the second charity says Wayfarer Women. This should be Wayfinder Woman. If we could correct that, that would be great. Thank you.
Everybody in agreement that we should correct that? It will be corrected. Item 2, declaration of interests. Do any members wish to make any declarations of interest? If you do, can you state the nature of the interest, whether it's personal or prejudicial?
Councillor Mayor.
Go ahead. Councillor Mayor, go ahead.
Item 7, B&B, because I'm a personal license holder, I wish to declare personal and prejudicial interest, and I wish to use the rule from
Thank you.
Councillor Belsey.
Councillor Belsey.
Mr. Mayor, item 8D, on the grounds of predetermination of an item that I will be dealing with in another place. Motion 4.
Same one. Councillor Shuttleworth.
Yeah, on motion D, to do with the cardiology services, I'm also a member of the East Sussex Health and Overview Scrutiny Committee, but I was hoping just to speak to urge people in the Eastbourne community to respond to the consultation, but I won't vote because I will be part of that scrutiny group.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Councillor Morris.
Councillor Morris. Did you understand? Yes. don't see anybody else. Thank you. Mayor's announcements, item 3. A list of my activities as Mayor of Eastbourne for November to February are set out in the agenda pack, pages 15 to 16. It has been quite busy. I would just like to mention a couple of items. Maris and I attended the Holocaust evening at the Congress, and it was a reminder to all of us that we should always be vigilant. Attended the Queen's Platinum service at St Mary's Parish Church, and since then Brighton University graduation ceremony. And can I just remind members especially, but everyone here, that the Mayor's Charity Ball is on the 23rd of April. Hope to see you there. Thank you. Item 4, apologies for absence. Can the Head of Democratic Services announce any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've received one apology for absence, and that's from Councillor Dell. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Item 5, public right of address. I can confirm that we have been notified of 8 public speakers. I have used my discretion to allow more than one speaker per item on this occasion. Gaynor Sedgwick has registered to speak on item 7A, council budget and setting of the council tax for 22-23 in respect of the capital programme. Chandra Thom and Tom Neville have registered to speak on item 8A, motion 1, 20 miles per hour speed limits. Ray Blunt, Sea Swimmers Group, and Caroline Heaps on behalf of Silver Dippers have registered to speak on item 8B and motion 2, holding Southern Water to account. Chris Leach, Chair of the Eastbourne Society, Phil Hall and Heidi Emery have registered to speak on item 8C, motion 3, maintaining heritage assets. Each will be called to speak at the start of the relevant item. Item 6, order of business. A change to the order of business has been requested due to the number of public speakers attending for items. I'll be taking the following items first. Item 8A, motion 1, 20 miles per hour limits. Item 8B, motion 2, holding Southern Water to account. Item 7A, council budget and setting of the council tax for 2022-23, and item 8C, motion 3, maintaining heritage assets. All remaining items will proceed in the order as set out on the agenda from item 7B onwards. Item 8A, motion 1, 20 miles per hour speed limits. Can I ask Councillor Murray to move his motion set out on page 2 of the agenda, but not to speak to it at this stage?
So moved.
Thank you. Can I ask Councillor Swansborough to second the motion, and do you reserve your right to speak during the debate later? Thank you. Can I ask Councillor Lamb to move her amendment? A copy of this has been placed on tables, but not to speak to it at this stage.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Okay. Can I ask Councillor Freebody to second the amendment?
Yes, I second the amendment, Mr. Mayor, and reserve my right to
Thank you. Can I invite the public speakers to come forward and to speak on this item? First one is Tundra Thumb, and you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mr Mayor, councillors for Meads Ward, where I live. My plea is that you will vote for this proposal and publicly state your agreement and support, in principle, for the move to a safer, more pleasant public realm and enhanced prosperity. Evidence from elsewhere in the UK and abroad demonstrates multiple benefits from reducing the speed of traffic on streets where people live, work, shop, play and learn. I lobby for a 20 limit where I live on South Street, in what should be a charming conservation area. Instead, it is a car-centric, high-speed environment where school children, residents and shoppers negotiate narrow, cluttered pavements, stepping into the road to pass each other. Our everyday existence is made dangerous by the 30 limit, and it undermines the quality of our life. Daily, I observe these conditions causing people to hurry and scurry to remove themselves from this environment, rather than linger to enjoy the retail and leisure offer and the precious architecture. We are informed that place shaping is not a factor in counties' rationale on speed limits. This is positively backwards thinking. The wealth and prosperity of this town, whose economy is centred on its leisure destination credentials, will be improved by reducing car dominance. Increasing footfall increases spend. So let's set the conditions for the feet to fall. Let's reduce the speed of motor vehicles. This council's remit is place shaping, and in this pursuit, we must direct county because our streets form an integral part of land use planning, and county is obliged to support us in this process. The Chamber of Commerce has written to county requesting 20 limits. Our MP, Caroline Ansell, kindly supported and facilitated my request to county for a 20 limit because business owners had raised traffic speed as an issue with her. The businesses on South Street are crying out for a reduction in vehicle speeds, yet we are met with resistance repeatedly. Communities deserve the right to determine their own need for 20 limits. This is localism, whereby the government intends power to be exercised at the lowest practical level, close to the people who are affected by decisions, rather than distant from them. This proposal is affordable and simple. Our situation is ideal for signed-only implementation of 20 limits. Reducing speeds will encourage active travel, and, councillors, it will deliver the first step of the modal shift that you have already identified in the vision for our new local plan. For our collective well-being, health, wealth and environment, let your name be registered now as supporting this proposal. Thank you.
Call Tom Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Today I'm here to represent young people. For too long, young people today are not being given the opportunity or choice to reconsider their modes of travel. It is time to give children back the freedoms they have lost through threatening and intimidating traffic behaviour. As we know, throughout lockdown, people were given the opportunity to go for a cycle and go for a walk, and due to the lack of vehicles, they are scared to do so. They weren't scared to do so. We know reducing speeds reduces danger. For every 1 mile per hour slower, collisions are decreased by 6%. The economic benefits are better for the local businesses, and it increases independent mobility, which indicates that parents regain confidence to allow their children to make their own way to school. No physical infrastructure or accept signage if this is accepted. The social benefits would be better for health and decreases obesity and improves mental health. It increases more walking and cycling by building stronger communities, as we saw during lockdown. The environmental benefits will reduce pollution and ease congestion. There'll be 50% less more noise pollution. In 2015, short car journeys were at 54%. Young people are worried about the future. Eastbourne Borough Council's tourism department slogan is "Breathe it in," whilst pollution is still high. What kind of air does Eastbourne Borough Council want young people of Eastbourne to breathe in? Youth of Eastbourne needs action, not hot air, empty words to address the problems we face. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I ask Councillor Murray to speak to his proposal?
Good evening, Mr Mayor and fellow councillors and guests. Just before I go into my speech, myself and Councillor Lamb had a quick chat before the meeting, and the Conservative group are very keen to support this motion as well, but just with the added paragraph that is in the amendment. So I'm more than happy, and my fellow members are also more than happy just to add that paragraph in and have it as a joint motion going forward. So we propose the Eastbourne Borough Council form a cross-party with officer support to consider the areas and zones which would benefit adopting a 20 is plenty speed limit going forward. So with that, I'll just go into my speech. Hands up everyone who would like to save children's lives. It's a bit of a no-brainer, really. That is all I'm going to do, ask you after this discussion. Just raise your hands to make our roads safer and literally, and yes, I am using literally in its right context, save children's and adults' lives in our town and do the right thing. I will just run through some of the reasons why and how we can do this. ROSPA, the Royal Society for the Prevention of Accidents, states road safety publicity messages such as "killing or speed, not a child" campaign highlighted 20-mile-an-hour speed limits as crucial to reducing the risks of injury in accident. The first 20-mile-an-hour speed limit was in Tinsley, then Kingston upon Thames, and Norwich introduced 20-mile-an-hour zones shortly afterwards. There were 450 20-mile-an-hour speed limits introduced between 1991 and 1999. These included 1.1 million people in Birmingham, 1.2 million people in Lancashire, 500,000 people in Edinburgh, to name just 3 of the large cities that have implemented the 20-mile-an-hour zones in the areas where we live, work, play and learn. I highlight these cities there because there is a misconception that these 20-mile-an-hour zones are just restricted to small suburbs and parishes. Accidents happen everywhere. Anything we can do to reduce the risks of these serious injuries or death should be done. There are now hundreds of towns and cities protecting their residents by this simple implementation of reducing speeds to 20 miles an hour. Does Eastbourne want to be the last town to be doing the right thing? If you are hit by a car at 35 miles an hour, you only have a 50% survival chance. If we reduce that to 20 miles an hour, that becomes a 97% survival chance. These are the accidents and fatalities that we have had in Eastbourne in the last 10 years. And if we had a lower speed limit, many of these statistics would not be shown here on this map. I was hoping to have 2 maps here. This one is just the cyclists. So this is 150 people who've had accidents in the last 10 years. If I had the pedestrians as well, there'd be another 450 people added to this list as well. Speed restrictions are good for the planet. When roads feel safer, we're more likely to choose to cycle or walk rather than to drive. And we know that reducing emissions from vehicles is key to meeting our climate change targets. Speed restrictions are good for us, but it's not only the planet that's healthier, we are too. Emissions from vehicles don't just add to the climate change crisis, but affect our health too. Then there's the benefit of 20-mile-an-hour limits have in encouraging us to travel actively. Research shows that keeping physically active can reduce the risk of heart attacks by as much as 35%, and the risk of early death by as much as 30%. We need a recommended 2.5 hours of exercise a week, which equates nicely to 5 half-hour journeys on foot or by bike. We're more likely to stick to an exercise regime that is incorporated into our daily lives, and walking or cycling to work, to school or work is accessible to all income brackets if we provide access to the safer roads. I know that my wife doesn't go on the roads because she doesn't feel safe on her bike. Lower speed limits don't just benefit our bodies, but our minds too. NICE says that the data from a series of long-running studies showed that active travel improved mental well-being in a number of areas such as concentration, the ability to make decisions and enjoy normal daily activities, and it improves productivity. In addition, roads with 20-mile-an-hour speed limits are quieter than those with faster traffic. The Hearing Health Foundation says that noise such as traffic noise causes stress, which has been implicated in the development of disorders of the cardiovascular system, sleep, learning and memory loss. In Eastbourne at the moment we are passing a bylaw to reduce the amount of antisocial driving in the area. This 20-mile-an-hour policy will help to implement that. Greater priority given to cyclists and walkers is now a key part of the highway code. Even the government is recognising that we need to do something to reduce fatalities and injuries, improve the well-being of our residents and encourage alternative ways of transport within our town. Why can't East Sussex County Council see these benefits as well? All we are asking them to do is do the right thing.
Councillor Lamb, can I call you to speak next, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I proposed this amendment because I support this motion, but I'd like to see it go a bit further. It's not political. It's in the interests of our residents and our town. And I'd like to appeal that you could support my amendment so that it includes the next step. We've got an opportunity now to move quickly on this. Many local authorities have adopted this years ago. And I was involved in the Tunbridge Wells 20's Plenty campaign 6 years ago, which was successful. So I know all the issues for that particular town, and I'm aware of some of the issues here in Eastbourne. I'm not happy about the idea of a blanket coverage of the whole town being 20 miles an hour, because that in itself can cause problems of congestion and extra air pollution. What I'm asking for is that we agree that we as a cross-party group, because it affects all wards and all residents, meet and discuss the various areas of the town of which we have great knowledge and personal experience, and put together some sort of map for the implementation of this, rather than leaving it up to county, because I think it's very important in my experience to have residents, campaign groups and all parties involved in this. So I'm appealing for support for my amendment because I want to see it go forward in this way. I think that blanket coverage and default needs to be more refined to be successful. I've had personal experience of a tragedy when I was a head teacher in North London, in Wood Green, if any of you know it, that one evening, one of my 5-year-old boys from our reception class was killed on the road just playing outside his house. If we immediately had a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit after that and speed humps, but it shouldn't have taken the death of that little boy for it to be enforced. So I would call upon the all my colleagues, all my councillor colleagues, whom I know are concerned about the interests of safety and air quality in Eastbourne, to support my amendment. And I ask that we put aside any political differences and work together on this, because it's in the interests of our people here and of our beautiful town. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We'll now move to the debate. Councillors, if you wish to speak, please raise a hand. I've got two. Okay. I've got David Todd, Councillor Swansborough.
I'm delighted to support this notice of motion, and I'm delighted to support the amendment to it. As Councillor Lamb says, this is not something that should be party political, it's something that we should all unite on. And I've said many times in the council chamber that the more we work together, the stronger we are. So to have what I hope will be a unanimous vote on this today from Eastbourne Borough Council will strengthen the arguments for 20-mile-an-hour limits. It's not a new topic for me. I'm one of several councillors in this chamber who's also a member of East Sussex County Council. And I first raised the issue of 20-mile-an-hour limits 10 years ago. So some things take a long time to come around. 10 years ago, I asked the County Council to introduce 20-mile-an-hour limits around schools and play areas, because I believe that in those areas, our children are the most vulnerable. Many of them use either cycles or walk to school, walk to the recreation grounds. And those are the areas where they're most at risk, and I'm sure that a cross-party working group will identify those sorts of sites within our borough. 10 years ago, the County Council told me that they couldn't do anything and that 20-mile-an-hour zones weren't the way forward. It's been discussed many times since, and every time that it's come to the County Council, made a little bit more progress, a little bit more time and again. And in some parts of East Sussex, we now have 20-mile-an-hour roads, and that's to the good. But at a recent meeting, we discussed it again, and it was a motion on that occasion by the Green Party. They were looking to go across the whole of East Sussex. And that was beaten by the Conservative majority. So I'm delighted, as I say, that the Conservative group here are backing it. I hope to hear from the twin-hatted councillors here on the Conservative side to hear that they will be backing this when it comes to the County Council, because if we've got that sort of joined-up thinking, then we really can make a difference. The volume of traffic has increased in not just here in Eastbourne, but across the UK, other than the period of COVID lockdowns. And if we look at the key performance indicators for the County Council, one of the ones which they're worst on, there are many things they're actually good on, but one of the things they're really bad on are killed and seriously injured. And so that is something that rightfully should be a priority for them. In the past, I've had personal experience as a cyclist. I've twice been knocked off my bike by motorists who just were not paying attention. And I've lived to tell the tale, Mr. Mayor. Many have not. So let's take this forward. Let's do it in harmony. Let's see a unanimous vote here, and let's go to County Hall and take that fight to East Sussex.
Wansborough.
But you reserved your right to speak, so that's whether you want to delay it to later.
Do you want to?
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. Councillor, is he speaking? If you wish to speak, speak.
I can hear you.
Councillor Freebody.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for those that spoke earlier in the debate. Thank you for coming along. And it can be quite nerve-wracking standing here in front of us lot. We're just ordinary people, honestly. We're not scary, but well done, and thank you very much for your contributions. Most of us aren't scary anyway. So this is what I like. This is what we do really well as a borough council. Actually agreeing a motion, agreeing an amendment to the motion together, which will benefit the people of Eastbourne. I think this is fantastic. Not going to see all this all throughout the night, I suspect, on different subjects. But yeah, I'm not going to go on too long. Yes, 20 miles an hour does make sense, but yes, a cross-party working group makes sense as well. For local intelligence, local roads, we can see where those problems are. And it's nice that we've got a balance. I noticed when we're talking about one of the motions later on the DGH, there are two parties from each, two people from each, councillors from each side who are members of HOSC. So really, we can do all we like with this motion. We're calling on East Sussex to do this as the Highways Authority. But it's down to you, county councillors, in this room, to now take this to East Sussex, take our voice, the voice of people that spoke earlier, the voice of people in this room, to make this a reality. So I'm glad on the cross-party working. It's really good that we're putting aside our differences on this. It is far too important to play politics with. As I say, things may change later on in the evening, but I'd like to support the amendment to the motion and the original motion as well, and I think it would benefit everyone in this town, young and old alike. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Come, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to those members of the public who spoke in relation to this motion. I support this motion and the amendment, so thank you. Of course, 20 miles an hour is plenty in our town, and it will make life much safer for pedestrians and cyclists alike. So I fully support it. The one area which I wanted to raise, which is not part of this motion, I understand why, it's a slightly different topic, is that we not only need to reduce the speed of vehicles, we need to actually reduce the number of vehicles on our roads. And when we talk about a clean environment, between 5 and 10% of microplastics in our ocean, and we're a seaside town, come from the wear of tyres on our roads. So yes, certainly let's support 20 miles an hour, but let's keep working on actually reducing the number of vehicles on our roads, because that will add to our safety. Reducing the vehicles, reducing the speed will make us all safer. It will improve our health and certainly improve our environment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't want to repeat what other people have said. I would like to thank Councillor Murray for bringing this motion to Council this evening, and to Sandra Tom and Tom Neville for their fantastic presentations to the Council this evening. I think it's a very sensible motion. It's not asking for much. It's saying we care about people who use our roads, we care about their safety, their feelings of security and their health. And I'm glad to hear support from all councillors so far this evening, but let's not just play lip service to this motion. The County Council have been very resistive to 20 mile an hour zones in East Sussex, and particularly blanket ones. They turned down a motion that was brought last year. And so it is something that we do have to take seriously, not just discuss this evening, but for county councillors from the Lib Dems and from the Conservatives to be fully behind this and to take it to the county and to put pressure on the county councils to listen. I support the cross-party formation of a cross-party group. However, I am a little bit concerned about to limit 20 mile an hour zones. I mean, I find it difficult to think about any road in Eastbourne that would not benefit from a 20 mile an hour limit. There may be one or two. Certainly a blanket one might not be the answer, but I really do think that 20 miles an hour is plenty on most of the roads in Eastbourne. So I support the motion. I'm very, very pleased that there's so much support in this room this evening. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Diplock.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Tondra and Tom, for coming and speaking tonight as well. Some of what I've said was going to say has been said already, so I'm not going to repeat it. I think particularly, for an old town councillor, we have a high number of schools in our ward, and I know parents I meet every day on the school run that will support this, no question at all. They know they would send their children to school on foot. They know they would send their children to school using bicycles if there was a safer environment in which to do it. Delivering a 20 mile an hour zone outside the schools and on the school run would certainly do that. I will be supporting Councillor Lamb's amendment. Just the one query I have on it, which won't stop me from supporting it, but it notes cross-party, and I'm always a little bit nervous about top-down, about a group of us councillors getting together and saying, this is what is needed by our residents. I think if you throw it open to the residents, they will come to you and say, this street needs it, that street needs it, my street need it. And I wouldn't want the cross-party group to be exclusive in any way. I think it relies on the involvement of the residents. And thirdly, Councillor Wallace alluded to it. I think we should go further. You know, no question, if Eastbourne Borough was in control of our own roads, this would have happened years ago. We need to go further. We need to reduce the number of cars. I don't have a magic wand. I'm not entirely sure how to do it. But this is an ambitious thing that we can be more ambitious with. And as has already been pointed out, it's for the double-hatted councillors who sit at borough and for county to really step up and start making some of those changes that the people clearly want. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to speak before our seconder, Colin Swansborough? Councillor Shuttleworth, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the mover and seconder of the motion. And if I could just put in at the beginning, Councillor Lamb, I was prompted to get up because when you mentioned Wood Green, I actually went to West Green Road Infant School not so long ago, and that's probably your patch. But more recently than that, I've been associated with schools and campaigns of schools in the Langley part of Eastbourne, and part of that has been working with West Rise Junior and Infant School and with local residents in that area for a number of years about trying to get improvements around that school, particularly along Sevenoaks Road. And I have to say that thus far, working with East Sussex County Council, we have been refused a whole series of measures for improvements, but I am really hopeful from tonight that we will get together the 9 county councillors who represent Eastbourne, and that they will meet and they will agree from tonight's meeting to go forward to the county council to support this motion so that we do have a cross-party group. And I take on board Councillor Diplock's comments about residents, because it would be useful to have a resident group going alongside that, but to take that message across to East Sussex County Council, who thus far, I'm afraid, the message has fallen on deaf ears. But I think on this occasion we can make a more powerful representation, and I do hope that we can get from that some safer roads and more 20-mile-an-hour limits in the areas that we've been talking about. Thank you.
Any other councillors? I call on Councillor Swansborough, the seconder.
Last, but not necessarily least. I just want to, in the hall, you do sense, don't you, that we're all committed to this, everybody in here is. But actually, there's lots of people out there who may not be. So I just want to run through 1 or 2 items on this which I think are relevant and important. One of our speakers at the beginning said that the motion that's been promoted today is affordable and simple. And there is a battery of opinion, I think, in another place which says that it's not affordable to have 20-mile-an-hour speed limits. But there are some good reasons why it is affordable. One of the reasons it's affordable is because if you kill less people and damage less people on the roads, then it costs less money to put them back together again. So it is, if you saving money on accidents is an important financial thing. Another one is lower speeds save money, lower speeds save lives. That's what the 2 that we're referring to. Lower speeds are better for the environment. I live in Hampden Park. I have the joy of living in Broderick Road, where the traffic queues up all day, every day, waiting for the crossing. So it's one of the most polluted areas of the town, I think. It would be a relief to all of us if we could have cleaner air outside. So lower speeds are healthier. Now, if anybody's got any doubt about these things, come with me to Broderick Road, come with me to the Hydney. Anytime the school is going to be open, when the kids are going in or coming out, desperately need in these areas to have some reduction in the speed. Lastly, I think that my colleagues have referred to this. Like several others, I have the honour of representing Hampden Park both at Eastbourne Borough Council level and at county level. We know, the 6 Liberal Democrat councillors county councillors for Eastbourne will go to County Hall and promote this. We're hoping that our Conservative colleagues, both in this chamber and in County Hall, will also use their influence to promote it there. I haven't heard from them this evening, which is unusual actually. But so, yeah, I'm all for cross-party as long as you don't just leave it here, but actually go to East Sussex, to Lewis, and fight for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Swansborough. Councillor Murray, do you wish to sum up before we go to a vote?
If I may, please.
Yes, go ahead.
Just a couple of points I think we need to clarify. Firstly, my huge apologies to Tondra and Tom for not recognising that you came along and spoke this evening. I'm hugely apologetic for that. And this motion has come from that group. This motion is driven by the local residents in the town, speaking through the local energy and housing group. So this motion has already come from the community, so therefore when we go to our joint discussions, we need to involve them going forward as well. So I'm very pleased that Councillor Lamb has recommended that. We're not proposing a blanket ban on the town. We're looking at targeted areas. We know that the county councillors are sort of resistant to that. So therefore, we do need to get together and work out what those particular areas are. But we also need to remember, whilst we're talking about that, that by the time that everybody gets to the school, there's 400 cars there and everybody's slowed down anyway. So there's roads that actually access those schools, such as the Hydney, which we need to sort of address and look at as well as part of the overall problem. And just to clarify on the motion, we are looking to stick with the community-led motion proposed by the Liberal Democrats with myself and Councillor Swansborough, and adding in your paragraph. So if everybody's okay with that, that's what we're looking to do. It should just be the single motion going forward, but with that added paragraph added into the bottom. Thank you.
Can I now put the amended motion to a vote by a show of hands? All those in favour, please show.
That's unanimous, Mr. Mayor.
Unanimous. Just see if anybody wants to leave. No. Item 8B, Motion 2, holding Southern Water to account. Can I ask Councillor Barberinda to move his motion set out on page 2 of the agenda, but not to speak to it at this stage? Can I ask Councillor Tutt to second the motion, and do you reserve the right to speak during the debate later?
Formally second and reserve the right to speak, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Can I ask Councillor De Cara to move her amendment, a copy of which has been placed on the tables? And can I invite Councillor Metcalfe to second the amendment? Thank you. Can I invite the public speakers to come forward and speak to this item? And first is Ray Blunt of the Sea Swimmers group. And you have 3 minutes to place your case. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am here on behalf of the Eastbourne Sea Swimmers, which is a group founded in about 1970. Sorry. 1990, and at the current time we have between 40 and 50 swimmers swimming every day, especially at weekends. A great number of them also swim in competitions. They divided really between people who go for pleasure, just for swimming, others who enjoy going into cold water. The ones that go in for competitions actually do a lot of training in the sea. There are other groups, of course, along the Eastbourne seafront. The dippers from Holywell, I think, are represented here. It's little known fact that in Eastbourne we have 3 people in the last 2 years who have actually done solo swims across the English Channel. And this year we've got 2 other members of our group who intend to swim across the Channel on their own, and there are others that go in for channel relay swims. In addition to that, we have a man who joined a team, swam from Scotland to Ireland across the Irish Sea, and also on his own swam across the Gibraltar Straits. And so you can see we do have a lot of people swimming a lot of miles in the sea in Eastbourne, and obviously the amount of sewage that goes into it is a great deterrent. In addition, of course, to competition swimmers and serious swimmers, this town, a seaside resort, of course, only there because of the sea, attracts a lot of holiday makers, and in the summer you will see people on paddle boards, in canoes, on windsurfers, surfers, children in rubber rings, and they come here because the sea is an attraction, because it's safe, there are no dangerous currents, and hopefully it is usually clean. Now, the attitude of Southern Water to this can be shown in the way that my wife wrote to the Member of Parliament last year asking what she was going to do about it. After some time she replied by saying, "You don't have to worry, Southern Water have set up a website so that you can tell when there's sewage, and when there is some you needn't go." One shudders to think of hoteliers, holiday makers, day trippers having to do a check before they can come down here. And so we would like to see our representative actually take a lead and be aggressive in doing something about having this sewage, this spillage not taking place anymore. Thank you.
Come forward, please.
I hope you'll be lenient with me because I've got a speech of 4.5 minutes. I was told by the Leader of the Council that I had 5 minutes, so I'll be as quick as I can. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and councillors, and all the visitors. My name is Carolyn Heaps. Heaps is a good name for a motion like this. I am representing the Silver Dippers, a group of some 50 ladies who enjoy year-round sea dipping and bathing at Holywell. We do it because we love the cold water, which makes us feel alive, happy and energised. We are sensible and only swim when it is safe to do so, weather and water quality permitting. The friendships we have made have been invaluable. Sea dipping and the camaraderie of my surf sisters has enhanced all our lives. I'm sure the irony of passing a motion against sewage dumping in our sea is not lost on everyone here. But seriously, and it is extremely serious, the repeated discharge of untreated sewage by Southern Water has just got to stop. It seems sadly that extreme weather is with us right now, as climate change has given us 3 named storms in as many days, potentially allowing only screened wastewater to be flowing out into rivers and seas. That means it's just not as lumpy. It is common knowledge that the water companies also discharge sewage during fair weather too, so bad weather cannot always be their excuse. As we are all very well aware, Eastbourne is most reliant on tourism for its economic lifeblood, and even a whiff of a story that our sea and our beaches are foul from fecal matter will put off people from coming here. Our tourism and leisure industry will then suffer considerably. The knock-on effect will be to the whole town, as if we haven't suffered enough during the pandemic. As a silver dipper and an ex-nurse, I know the potential harm swimming in filthy water can bring. Escherichia coli, known as E. coli, and intestinal enterococci are found in fecal waste, which can make people extremely ill and may also be life-threatening. Great white sharks we do not have, but killer bugs we do. Ear and eye infections and other gastrointestinal bugs can also be found in filthy water, not to mention the hepatitis tribe A to E. Southern Water has plenty of previous history of similar practices, discharges. In June 2019, they paid a stonking £126 million fine to Ofwat, the government regulator, for, and I quote, a series of serious failures. Ofwat said that its large-scale investigation found Southern Water failed to operate a number of sewage treatment works properly, and they continue to do so. In 2021, Southern Water had to pay another fine of £90 million for more sewage discharges. It seems they don't learn from their mistakes. Or is it perhaps cheaper to pay the fines than invest in proper infrastructure? A backup generator for Eastbourne treatment works would be a good start. Mr. Ian Macaulay, CEO of Southern Water, sort your company and start really earning the eye-watering salary and pension pot you will undoubtedly receive on your retirement at the end of 2022. There is something very wrong here, and it's got to be stopped. And I'm just going to say, I'll leave a part of it. Perhaps Eastbourne Borough Council would consider a campaign, such as Brighton and Hove have started, to demand that the water industry be returned to public ownership nationally. Meanwhile, and pun very much intended, please pass the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I now ask Councillor Barbarenda to speak to his proposal?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I should have maybe declared a personal interest. I am a paddleboarder. I take my paddleboard into the River Cuckmere, and I do so less now because of some of the issues that we're facing that have been highlighted by our two fantastic speakers, Carolyn Heaps and Ray from the Eastbourne Sea Swimmers. Now, we know, and I've put this in the motion, that Southern Water made a profit of £138.8 million in 2021, and that is after dumping sewage onto our coastline and elsewhere 19,782 times in the year leading up to it. What a load of shiitake mushrooms that is, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Carolyn, for your poo there. But it's disgraceful to see companies polluting our sea and making so much money at the same time as doing that. Clean sea is critical to our town. It's critical to our economy. It's critical to our coastal environment. It's critical to the enjoyment and to the fitness of our swimmers and visitors alike in our town. And these organisations, Southern Water down in this patch, must pay up to clean up the mess that they make here and should not even be making the mess in the first instance. And that's why I'm calling on Southern Water to complete a full and transparent investigation into the appalling dumping that took place on the 5th of February earlier this year, and appealing to them to take robust action to ensure that they do not reoccur in this way again. I'm also appealing for Southern Water to take responsibility for such discharges and to apologise to the people of Eastbourne and our visitors for what they're doing to our town. Now, the government is complicit in this problem. They've failed to adequately regulate these companies. And on the 8th of November 2021, there was a vote. One person in our town, in fact, held the power in that vote in Parliament to take a stand and vote to end all raw sewage discharges into our sea. That person, I regret, failed to do so, and they voted the legal provision down. That person is Eastbourne's current Member of Parliament. Now, friends, we need to turn the tide on this problem, and that's why this government and our MP must start setting meaningful targets and deadlines to end raw sewage discharges into our sea. Why I believe that environmental groups should start featuring on the boards of water companies to hold them into account and to bake the voice of communities into the running of these companies. It's why I believe the government or MP must work to reduce the number of licences given to water companies to indulge in such practices, and why I am absolutely convinced that water companies need to pay a sewage tax to compensate us, people in our town and our visitors, for the mess that they have made of our coastline and the trashing of our reputation, our coastal reputation, that's taking place in the process. So I hope that this council will unanimously, without question this evening, support this endeavour to clean up our sea and support my motion tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for being on time. Can I ask Councillor De Cara to speak to her amendment, and can I also ask you to read your amendment as the copy of the amendment has not been available to all members of the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know whether I actually have to read the whole of the amendment. There are only sort of two small changes. Yes, okay. In part one, Southern Water has discharged untreated wastewater, raw sewage, into the sea in Eastbourne 18 times in the last year. I did just change that because I do have an email from Southern Water, so that was just for accuracy's sake. And the other change was to delete item 4 of the second section. And I'd like to say thank you to the speakers. I'm in awe of the sea swimmers, I really am, and also the silver dippers, wow. I think we're all in agreement that none of us wish to see our rivers and seas polluted with raw sewage for every possible reason you could think of, whether it be tourism or swimming, or just because it's not a good thing to do. As you will see, and as you heard, the amendment is the same as the original motion in almost every way. But we cannot support a sewage tax which would, I quote, be used to compensate for their discharges. This, in my opinion, is going about it all the wrong way. The incentive should be not to make the discharges in the first place. We also have to bear in mind that any such tax would, inevitably, be passed on eventually to the consumer. At the moment, Ofwat can issue enforcement notices that can direct specific actions or fine companies up to 10% of their annual turnover. But it doesn't stop them dumping raw sewage into our waterways, and neither will the sewage tax. Water companies seem to see it as, well, just dump the sewage and then pay up. The incentive must be not to do it in the first place. In 2020, water companies released raw sewage into waterways more than 1,000 times a day, despite being told only to do it during heavy rainfall. So those fines didn't act as a deterrent, and neither would a sewage tax. Water company chief executives could have their pay linked to levels of pollution. Licenses could be changed to explicitly require a link between environmental performance and payouts such as executive pay, bonuses and company dividends. We have to stop this before it happens, not say do what you like as long as you pay up. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Can we now move to the debate? Councillors, if you would like to speak to this item, please raise your hands. Councillor Shuttleworth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I hope this is another motion that, thank you for the earlier speeches, another motion that I hope we will all be able to join together and show our disgust as a council at the way Southern Water is treating this town and indeed residents and wider representations. I was particularly interested in Councillor De Cara's comments about perhaps linking the rewards, if you like, financial rewards for the leadership in Southern Water with their record in terms of sewage. And I thought it might be interesting just to read an extract here about the Chief Executive, Ian Macaulay of Southern Water, who has been handed a bonus of £550,900, that's over £500,000 bonus, despite the company being fined a record £90 million for deliberately dumping billions of litres of sewage in the sea between 2010 and 2015. Macaulay himself joined in 2017, but rest assured now that he now feels that the firm's record is improving. So don't worry, guys. But however, in 2020, it remains the second worst offender of sewers. And finally, the Chief Financial Officer is also getting a bonus, I'm told, of £290,000. So if we follow your line, Councillor De Cara, it will be interesting to see what those bonuses might look like in the future. Sadly, I'm not as confident of the responsibility and the leadership from Southern Water that we should be able to rely on. Thank you.
Metcalfe, do you wish to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On this occasion, I think Councillor De Cara has mentioned is quite sufficient.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Councillor
Mayor.
Burton, yes.
Thank you. I do agree with what Councillor De Cara said, that it would be better for raw sewage not to be discharged directly into the sea, obviously. However, I'd just like to point out that all the while our MP won't vote for that in Parliament, I think it's important that we as a council make our opinion very clear on that. Thank you.
Councillor Lamb, you wish to speak? Thank you.
I think we'll all agree, everyone in this room, that first of all, the salaries and the profits being made and the effect of effluent on our seas and our rivers is appalling. And I support nearly everything in this motion, but I am not happy about the issue of sewage tax, because knowing the water companies and how they behave, they will immediately pass that on to consumers. We already pay very heavily for our water, far more than ever in the past, and we have a lower quality of sea, a lower sea quality here, and increased pollution. But if we tax them in terms of an additional sewage tax, they will add it to our bills. I would prefer to see them much more heavily penalised, inspected more regularly, and their licences removed if they can't comply with the standards that we would think were acceptable in a civilised country. So although I support the majority of this motion, I support the sewage tax because they will just pay it up and pass it on. They won't be bothered. And I think that would be a tragedy for people who are already struggling with utilities bills. And I just wanted to make that point. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Tutt, would you like to sum up?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Josh has explained what happened, so I'm not going to repeat that. I felt incensed that this discharge had taken place. If it had been the first time that something like this had occurred, I think most people in the town would have said, well, accidents happen. But if you look at the past record of Southern Water, it's one which is a record of shame. I was contacted by both the groups of swimmers that have been represented this evening, and I'd like to thank the public speakers for coming along and making the points that they did so clearly in terms of the impact upon them and their colleagues. I made contact with Southern Water, and I originally had a meeting scheduled with them for Friday of last week. They cancelled that. I'm not going to blame them for that. I think they had a few other things on their mind. But we eventually met on Monday of this week, and I think it's fair to say that we had a very frank exchange of views. I explained the concerns, my own personal concerns, those of the residents of Eastbourne who have contacted me, and of the swimmers in particular who have made representations to me. I told them that there was a feeling that has been expressed to me, and one which I share, that Southern Water believed that it's cheaper to pay fines than to take action. I asked them why there was not a backup generator on site. In the past, they blamed the Victorian infrastructure of the town for discharges of effluent into the seas and into the rivers, or not here particularly in Eastbourne, but their track record goes along the south coast. That can't be said here in Eastbourne, because we have a relatively new water treatment works. But in any risk assessment, for a strategic site like this, there should be a backup generator in place. I took them through the three calls that relate to them, not the tax, the sewage tax. I'll come back to that in a moment. But I took them through the three calls, and they had a copy of the notice of motion. Interestingly, they didn't correct the 20 times in the last year to 18. They didn't mention that at all. I asked them what they thought about the first three, that Southern Water swiftly complete a full and transparent investigation into the 5th of February discharge of it and its raw sewage dumping more generally. I asked them to take robust action to prevent such discharges from occurring in Eastbourne and elsewhere, including the deployment of a permanent on-site backup generator at the Eastbourne Water Treatment Plant, and I asked them to take responsibility for such discharges and to apologise to the people of Eastbourne. They actually were reasonably helpful in that respect, and I asked, so that I didn't misquote them, if they would write to me confirming what they'd said. They've said to me that on the 5th of February 2022, there was a catastrophic failure of a transformer that caused an internal power failure at the site. The storm generator worked as expected, releasing screened flows from a 6mm filter screen to spill via a medium sea outfall of 700 metres out to sea to protect customers from flooding and preventing immediate impact to the beach. This was confirmed by repeated beach inspections over 48 hours following the spill. No sewage spill is ever acceptable, and we apologise to the people of Eastbourne that this incident took place. We are sorry for any impact the incident had on the community and its environment. So they have made that apology. As a priority, a full investigation is undertaken, and we're fully committed to making the site even more resilient, including further expanding the on-site generator capacity, for which we will need to liaise with Eastbourne Borough Council's planning department. I explained that our planning department would be very happy to meet with them and to ensure that they get the site for a backup generator. I'm grateful that they're looking at doing that. I look forward to the outcome of the investigation. I did also mention the concerns that I and others have about the level of bonuses that have been received, because personally I believe those are obscene, and I've got a lot of sympathy for what Carolyn Heap said about bringing this back into public ownership, because you would never see those sort of levels of salary or bonuses if this was a public company. So just finally on the amendment, I believe the sewage tax is appropriate, Mr. Mayor, because it is something that they would be paying not for discharging in the future, but for their past misdemeanours. When they were fined, they made a very clear promise that those fines would not hit the public. They would be the people who would be impacted would be their shareholders through dividends. And I would be looking to them to make the same promise in relation to a sewage tax.
Can I ask Councillor Barberenda if he wishes to sum up before we go to a vote? You do.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to all councillors for contributions that have been made in what's been a really important debate on this motion this evening. And I would like to start by welcoming the apology that Southern Water have issued for the discharge that's named in the motion. I think that speaks to the power that the pressure of motions like this can put on those who should be taking accountability for their actions. And I welcome that steps are being taken to rectify the issue with the backup generator. And all of us in this room, I think, will be watching very, very closely the action that they take on that front and won't let up the pressure. So I welcome that. However, I'm disappointed that this motion seems not to enjoy universal support on all of its provisions. I'm really disappointed by that. And I reflect on a comment that was made by Councillor De Cara in her speech. She said that a tax won't stop the discharges. Well, she's absolutely right. A tax won't stop the discharges. What could have stopped the discharges were if the government legislated to ban such discharges from taking place, as it had the opportunity to do, as our local MP had the opportunity to do on the 8th of November last year. That option came and it went when they failed to back it. So now we need to look for other ways to express our discontent and to regulate these companies, and the sewage tax is one such way. Not least because for as long as this industry continues to generate massive profits, it will remain just that, an industry that fosters a culture that prioritises money over the environment, that prioritises profit over people. We make the industry less lucrative and we convert what is an industry into a service by placing such regulations and such taxes on organisations like Southern Water. And a service, rather than an industry, is what Eastbourne deserves. A clean coastline is what Eastbourne deserves. And this motion is what Eastbourne deserves, which is why I continue to implore every single councillor in this room to back it in its entirety. Thank you.
I will now put the amendment to a vote by a show of hands. All those in favour, please show. Happy. All those against, please show. The amendment is defeated. I now move to the original motion, to put the original motion to a vote by a show of hands. All those in favour, please show. All those against, please show.
So that motion's any abstentions?
Are there any abstentions? I think there are.
One. So that motion is passed.
This, I can confirm that this motion has been passed. Item 7A, Council Budget and the setting of the council tax for 2022-23. Can I ask Councillor Holt to move the recommendations set out on pages 17 to 41, but not to speak to them at this stage?
Recommendations.
Can I ask Councillor Tutt to second the amendments and indicate if he would like to reserve his right to speak during the debate?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to second and would reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Councillor Smart, do you wish to move the opposition group amendment but not to speak to it at this stage?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I move the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Shaw, do you wish to second the amendment and indicate if you would like to reserve your right to speak during the debate?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, please. Second the motion and reserve the right to speak. Yes.
Thank you. Can I invite the public speaker, Gaynor Sedgwick, to come forward and speak on this item? You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm speaking on behalf of Save Eastbourne Bandstand Campaign Group. The recommendation from Cabinet is that £750,000 should be spent on repairs to the bandstand. You are able to spend capital expenditure on health and safety issues, so why not sufficiently fund the repairs at the bandstand now and complete the work this year? Your Chief Finance Officer reports that projects in the capital programme are fully funded for their estimated cost. That contradicts Ian Fitzpatrick's July 2020 report, stating that initial repairs would cost £3 million. There is no further allocated funding in the capital programme for the bandstand and promenade after 2023. Is the 750,000 intended to be phased through till 2025? The Environment Agency have said their final business case for the coastal management scheme won't be submitted until 2025, and it was unlikely that there would be any sea defence work at the bandstand at any in any official initial phase of this project. Closing the bandstand this year will have a detrimental effect on businesses and the tourist economy in the town, just as they are recovering from the pandemic. It's estimated that 50,000 people visit the bandstand. A large number of those people stay in hotels, they visit the restaurants, the pubs, the shops and the bars. Investment is going into Victoria Place, but you have wiped out so many visitor numbers by closing the bandstand. Its success is part of the corporate plan. At the start of the pandemic, when leisure and tourist income was shut off, you had insufficient finances to cope with it. You requested government help. There were conditions, including selling assets. You have a property portfolio with a gross value of £78 million. This is considered to be a significant understatement. I have read the various reports that say that relying on tourism and leisure is too risky. You say much of the council's actions seek to enable others to prosper in this sector, seemingly ignoring that 60% of the council's income is from tourism. You no longer want tourism to be the main industry in Eastbourne. You want to diversify. Council, along with its partners, the Chamber of Commerce and BID, are looking at attracting other technologies, such as technology companies. So, to get back on track financially, the Scrutiny Committee recommend developing schemes for key seafront sites to gain commercial, residential planning consent to maximise value. The Council have identified potential disposals based on assets which require significant capital investment, such as Redoubt, the theatre and Mottcombe Pool. Is the bandstand there too? These might be assets and disposals to the council, but to us they are much loved, iconic features of Eastbourne. And finally...
I'm sorry, I give you the opportunity to sum up.
In summing up, where is the vision for the town? Who is thinking about the well-being, the social value and enjoyment of local people, the appearance of the seafront, appreciation of our much-loved leisure and tourist economy and attractions? Where is the concern for businesses in the town that rely on the tourist economy? Thank you.
Can I now ask Councillor Holt to present the budget recommendations, and you can speak for more than 5 minutes.
Good evening, Mr Mayor, councillors and members of the public. Thank you for joining us. It's great to see so many people taking an interest in local politics. Thank you also to Gaynor for speaking. I did appreciate your contribution. Mr Mayor, firstly, I wish to place on record my thanks for Chief Finance Officer Hamira Gerardi, her deputies Ola Olawari and Isabel Brisson, and the finance team for their work in helping me put together this budget and their time in working with our government partners. Due to the capitalisation direction, we have received greater scrutiny of our finances than ever before. And I'm pleased to announce that we do have a balanced budget for the forthcoming year, but it's not without exceptional pressures. This is a budget of recovery following years of government cuts and the COVID pandemic. These pressures are not new. Since I was appointed the finance portfolio holder, I've consistently used this budget speech to remind everybody of the difficulties that local councils of all colours face across the UK in financing their expenditure. These challenges are not isolated to Eastbourne. According to the National Audit Office, 84% of respondents from single-tier and county councils said that their budgeting setting process was more challenging than before. Respondents also indicated that there is a degree of risk and uncertainty in their budgets. I think that's an understatement. The National Audit Office recognised that government funding for local authorities has fallen over the last decade, and yet the growth in population has also shown increase in demand for services. This is as true for the country as it is for Eastbourne. The House of Commons Committee of Public Accounts, in their fourth report in COVID-19 and local government finances, stated that since 2015, the government has been planning to put in place significant changes to local government finances, but have yet to be introduced. Parts of the current finance system are broken or flawed. So, we have a broken system of local government funding, and successive attempts to reform this system have been delayed. Instead, short-term fixes are provided which only lead to greater uncertainty and challenges to budgets. It is often one-off funding which is earmarked. And there are threats now even to this. The future business rates reset that's currently being suggested could mean a shortfall of £3.8 million for our authority in 2 years' time. To give an indication, whereas before we received £10.3 million in reliable revenue support grant funding, the equivalent to £13 million in today's money, we now receive £3.7 million in business rates. Our current net budget is £14.5 million. Imagine what we could have done with that £10 million. With all that being said, this is a budget of recovery. It is one that responds to the financial pressures of the past. It's also one that acts on the challenges set forth by the Assurance Review and stabilises our finances going forward. Our budget is largely made up from £9 million in council tax and £4 million in business rates. Like many councils, we have increased council tax by 1.99%. This represents an increase of just over £5 a year. For a Band D property, we will receive £261.87. For the last 2 years, we have been under a capitalisation direction. For those unaware, we have been given permission to borrow money or sell assets to make up shortfall on our income and pay for the running costs of our services. This is not money given to us by central government. It is in fact a very costly way of balancing our books, no matter how you look at it. Just to give you an example, to borrow, say, £10 million for capitalisation purposes would cost us £450,000 per annum on interest only over 20 years. That is £9 million of taxpayers' money, which we could have put towards our investments. But this is a budget of recovery. Don't forget, during COVID-19, whilst our income streams were shut down due to lockdowns, many of our costs went unavoidable. Sadly, some other authorities were not able to survive the challenges, and I'm proud that we have. The early actions we have taken have been recognised by the Assurance Review. Due to our careful planning, budget monitoring and savings and income goals, we have reduced our request for capitalisation from £12.8 million to £9 million. This has resulted in less costs in terms of borrowing and improved efficiencies on many areas such as better use of technology or reducing the cost of our office space, turning actually a cost to a source of income. Much of this was done via the Recovery and Reset programme. Officers and Cabinet members have worked in partnership to identify savings as part of the priority-based budgeting programme, and difficult decisions have been made. But Recovery and Reset is about protecting services. We will make savings and income targets in this year. This, together with savings we've already made in the last 2 years, will bring us an overall savings and income goal of £5.6 million and will help us to transition out of a capitalisation into a stable financial position. This is a budget of recovery. However, recovery for the town, and indeed the council, is reliant upon us meeting those income targets and reducing our costs. Much has been made of our capital programme, and I am aware that tonight there is a separate motion with regards to our assets and heritage facilities. And I also know that many of you are here tonight because you're concerned about the future of those assets. We have adopted a careful approach to our capital programme and have reduced our borrowing in the short term to provide long-term stability. We have significantly rationalised the capital programme from pre-COVID levels. The government's external assurance review makes it very clear that for the next few years we are to limit our capital expenditure to some key and specific areas such as housing, maintenance and health and safety. This is to avoid incurring additional costs of borrowing which would increase our financing costs significantly. For every million we borrow, we could incur £85,000 in additional revenue costs. So whilst recovery is so fragile, it would be imprudent to borrow at a higher level than before. Where we do borrow, we do following the capitalisation direction, where there is a low-risk business case, health and safety, contractual reason, or to increase housing provision. However, as we emerge from COVID, while decreasing the overall planned borrowing this year, we have increased the capital amount allocated towards our assets by over £1 million. The assurance review stated clearly that opportunities exist to sell certain assets for high market value to deliver £40 million in capital receipts. It actually criticised our higher than average spend on culture per head. And I remind members that tourism is not considered a statutory service for councils, despite it being the lifeblood of our town and local economy. Whilst those aspects of the assurance review were factually true, it does not recognise the local priorities or our circumstances. I actually take pride in our spend on culture. Tourism, as Gaynor has said, is a fundamental part of our town, and whilst we must make sure our economy is not heavily reliant on one area, we must be aware of our own strengths. We need to enable the tourism sector to grow and provide additional support to those businesses in tech and emerging new economies. So, how do we demonstrate to those who are so carefully scrutinising our recovery and our financial decisions that we're achieving maximum benefit for our assets and investments? How do we ensure that facilities and important assets around the town are protected for the future? This is a challenge for us all. If it was simple, we would already have done it. Indeed, in many cases, we have. For instance, we've moved out of One Grove Road and let the premises to the DWP, which both reduces our costs and returns a yield. We have sold shares in a company that we owned as a result of the successes of Wellbeing at the highest market value and have disposed of minor properties on our estates, all returning a yield, or reducing the overall cost of borrowing. We have carefully invested in our infrastructure. Following our investment, Victoria Place not only has a waiting list of new businesses waiting to open, but has also secured new homes for families, and our investment has secured additional funding through the Levelling Up Fund. We did this by working together. The road to recovery will be one where we work with partners in the community as we've done in the past. We need to continue to find innovative ways of running our authority and supporting the town's residents and businesses. We've done this before, and I would like to pay tribute to the work of the business rates team that won the IRRV Excellence in Innovation Award and came highly commended for their excellence in partnership working, particularly for their work in administering the COVID business grant support. As part of our innovation, we'll be considering all of our assets and how they operate. Where there is a business case to reopen, we will do so and find the funding to support this, including an additional £750,000 in reopening the bandstand whilst we await the reports of the Environmental Agency's £100 million plus project. We will modernise our assets. This year we'll see the opening of Eastbourne's changing place toilets in our Congress Theatre, making this accessible for all members of our community. We will act as an enabler, working with partners such as Eastbourne's Disability Involvement Group to establish a beach which is accessible for all. For Mottcombe Pool, we will work with residents to find funding and secure its reopening via CIC. We have offered both officer time and future match funding of £200,000. This reshaping of service is similar to other local swimming pools, Pels and Saltdean Lido. It is a tried and tested model of operation for councils. It maintains the service for the long term and is a viable business model going forward. In short, we have a record of working with the community to find the best use of our assets. We will continue to do so as we present new business cases to justify the increased borrowing need for capital projects or finding new external funding. We have had great success recently in securing the Levelling Up Fund and Cultural Recovery Grant, and I want to pay tribute to officers, members of the community and the cross-party work during the COVID pandemic, which demonstrates that our long-held belief that by working together we can achieve so much more. Finally, I'm proud that we continue to invest in the housing programmes, including Bedfordwell Road, Southfields Road and Pevensey Road, providing good quality, affordable and indeed green housing for our residents, which will both reduce the housing list and increase our returns. Homelessness remains the #1 risk to our authority, and with the increasing cost of living, the demand for both early intervention and likely placements will only increase. In short, we need to build now to provide the homes that our community needs. Recovery is there. We see audience return to our theatres. Costa Coffee has opened at Hampden Park Retail Park, with more lettings to follow, and as said, there is a waiting list for retail units at Victoria Place. but it is so fragile, and so we always need to continue to work together to deliver the best value for money for our residents. What's worked in the past won't always work in the future. We need to continue to innovate and find new ways of working and protect our residents, attract new businesses and operate existing attractions while supporting our town's drive towards carbon neutrality. Whilst doing all this with recovery still so fragile, we promise to continue to do everything to provide the level of frontline services our residents have every right to expect. Mr. Mayor, I'm very pleased to present this year's budget for consideration. Thank you.
Councillor Smart, can I ask you to move the opposition motion, speak to the amendment, but first can you read it out so everybody in the room is aware of what it is?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councillors, residents, and I too am delighted to see so much interest in our proceedings tonight. Thank you all for attending, members of the public. Yes, Mr. Mayor, in terms of the alternative proposal, our alternative proposal is to increase the capital expenditure allocation to the bandstand and promenade renovations from £750,000 to at least the previous estimate of £3 million, to allow for as much work as possible to be completed whilst the bandstand is closed this summer, and to adequately reflect estimates of capital receipts in the capital strategy arising from the Council's external finance review. Mr. Mayor, let me go on. Congratulations are due to Gaynor Cedric for your excellent speech tonight. We were all shocked by the news of the closure of the iconic bandstand for this summer, just as we were all able to celebrate freedom. We know how important this iconic and symbolic musical facility is to residents, and indeed to visitors who are attracted by it specifically. Staycations may in fact be enhanced by the current international tensions. When Gaynor and I both spoke on this subject at the recent Cabinet meeting, the Leader of the Council encouraged me to propose such an amendment. Well, I am delighted to do so, and trust it will have his and other members' support. Such support would show local democracy in a positive light, and we've had one or two motions tonight where effectively it shows how well we potentially can work together. Before I address the substance of my amendment, I should make some more general comments on the Council's finances. The last 2 years have been overshadowed by COVID, and our sympathies are with those that have suffered during this period, and some are still suffering. A lot of good work was undertaken by the Council and its staff during COVID, and this deserves our commendation. The Council, however, was in a very poor state financially when COVID arrived. Its reserves were wholly inadequate, and balanced budgets were scarcely credible. I might remind the audience that 2 years ago, this misguided Council was still planning on more borrowing for a step change in the purchase of commercial property. Some real savings have been made, and they should be applauded, but they are not as large as the inflated claims made by the Cabinet Member for Finance. The Council has been the recipient of a barrage of grants from the Government, too numerous to list. This includes the Income Recovery Grant, which the Council Leader has occasionally ignored when grossly exaggerating the impact of the loss of income. And I note here that effectively at the beginning of the CIPFA report, they recognise our number of a net £2 million, not a larger figure. But the Council, nevertheless, was one of a handful of councils in England on the naughty step, requiring to apply to the Government for exceptional financial support, referred to somewhat misleadingly as capitalisation. As a condition of this support, an external financial review was undertaken by CIPFA, that's an accounting body, public sector, with a report in December 2021. The Council Leader has accepted the recommendations in full, and I, for my part, have communicated directly with the Minister and have received her recognition of a more nuanced approach to reducing the Council's reliance on tourism income. I've been at the forefront of saying that the CIPFA report, in terms of, has misunderstood our position in terms of tourism. Now, just in terms of the Shadow Cabinet Member for Finance's speech, I agree in terms of the shortcomings of local government finance, but we have to deal with the position as it is. You've talked mainly about the general fund revenue position, and actually, despite everything, you've produced a balanced budget. And you've also produced a financial programme going forward which does not require to borrow. A lot of councillors have mentioned loans related to capitalisation. There are no loans related to capitalisation. So to the bandstand and my amendment. For background, I must refer to the past. I have described it as a story of neglect, incompetence and excuses. Neglect over many years, as for many council-owned assets. Work was required long before ACOM's report of October 2019. Why was it not commissioned earlier? It took from October 2019 to March 2020 to bring proposals to Cabinet, along with proposals for Winter Garden and seafront lighting, not completed. The report to Cabinet in March 2020 says it is estimated that a budget of 3 million will be required in order to address the most urgent works. It goes on. In order to keep the bandstand open, these works have to be taken forward. If there is no investment in the bandstand to address these needs, then the property will be required to close for health and safety reasons. I attended that Cabinet meeting and, despite the delay, enthusiastically supported the decision. The 3 million was earmarked and approval given to commence procurement processes, even allowing exceptions to contract procedure rules. So what has happened in the past 2 years? Why hasn't the work been completed during lockdowns? Why has the budget been reduced by 75% to a mere 750,000? We have not received adequate responses, probably because there aren't any. Construction work generally continued through lockdowns, which were ideal times to undertake the work on an open-air site during enforced closure. Recently, the Deputy Leader and Cabinet Member for Financial Services, in response to a question, asked officers why the works were not carried out once the bandstand closed. Where on earth has he been? Why was he not ensuring that this happened during the last 2 years? Presumably, he was referring to the £3 million works, not the new proposal for 750,000. So he should support my amendment. Although no proper explanation has been given as to why the 3 million has been reduced to a mere 750k, we may assume that it is due to the precarious financial position of the council. But even that limited work has resulted in the bandstand being closed this summer, just as we're ready to open up after COVID restrictions, with Freedom Day around the corner. I've spoken to officers recently, including today. Hot off the press, they are now assessing the results of a new report from ACOM in order to assess how work to the bandstand can be phased in order to reduce future closure of the bandstand. They accept that more work could be undertaken whilst the bandstand is closed for the next year. Why on earth is this being done at this late stage? Why couldn't it have all been sorted during the past 2 years, if not before? So to finance. Members of the Council and the public who have not read the budget reports in detail may be surprised to learn that in the current year the Council plans to spend £37.7 million on capital expenditure. That's quite a big number compared to 3 million. Financed in part by 18.8 million of general fund borrowing. I'm not quite sure whether that borrowing is attracting the sort of costs that the Cabinet member referred to. But that puts the 3 million into context. Choices have been made. Let me put this into the bigger financial picture arising from the recent external finance review. The recommendations which have been accepted in full by the Council leader include the assessment that asset sales could deliver over £40 million in the next 3 years. Despite this, the capital strategy that we are asked to approve takes no account of this and only estimates such capital receipts over 3 years as a little over 1 million. Frankly, this is ridiculous. and in itself demands voting against such approval unless changed. Budgets are by definition estimates and cannot only contain contractually agreed transactions. We have been pressing for details of the asset review for years, but this just demonstrates again the absence of planning from this administration. To exclude this from the capital strategy makes a mockery of it. £40 million is quite a significant number. I do not want to raise unnecessary fears about the sale of contentious assets. The bandstand itself, for instance, would not be a candidate. But we have required a comprehensive plan for council-owned assets for several years, not to cobble one together because SIPFA demands it. But I must relate it to the bandstand. Put simply, the proceeds from asset sales, capital receipts, can be used for additional capital expenditure or to reduce the need for long-term debt. So the premise that more expenditure on the bandstand automatically leads to more strain on the general fund is invalid. I'm sorry that this is rather technical, but the point is that the council has the financial capability to spend on the bandstand this summer. By all means, seek heritage lottery funding and other sources, but how long would you need to wait for those to come to only possible fruition with the inevitability of further shutdown periods? Nor should we wait for output from the Environment Agency's potential coastal protection proposals. The leader of the council and the cabinet member for tourism both agreed with me at a meeting in September that the EA's project should be based on protecting assets such as the bandstand and designing defence works around it instead of moving it. Our MP, Caroline Ansell, has confirmed from her discussions with the Environment Agency that it should not impede these urgent works. No, these were spurious excuses, catching up late. My very modest amendment does not in itself commit to expenditure, but at least allows officers to spend more than a mere $750k if they conclude, as they have, that more work could be undertaken over the next year whilst the bandstand is shut, ready for a longer and larger opening in 2023. I say this to my fellow councillors. We've had some good debates in terms of working together, and sometimes it's a two-way street. My motion is not a big expenditure. It's not about defending the past. I mean, I hope you might have the humility and courage to change your mind for the good of Eastbourne. Be prepared to consider the arguments I've put forward and potentially to ignore any party whip. This amendment focuses on just one line in the budget proposals, but a vote for it would be a positive advert for local democracy and confirm that we are all working to take Eastbourne forward. Today, you have a meaningful vote that could take us forward rather than continued procrastination. Thank you.
And you spoke for fractioning longer than Councillor Holt. Can I now invite councillors to debate the budget as a whole, including the amendment? Please raise a hand and I will invite you to a microphone in the order of hands raised. Who's captioning? Okay. She first, is she?
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Councillor Whippy. This isn't my portfolio, but as a Cabinet member, it's something that I'm very, very passionate about, how we spend the finances. In my portfolio, which is disability, equality, fairness and community safety, this has been cut as well. There are a lot of sacrifices that have been made in our recovery budget the bandstand is an absolute priority to us, along with any of our heritage assets. And as it was pointed out, a lot of our money does actually come from income generation that comes back to us through these assets. So we are as invested in keeping these alive as the residents of Eastbourne are. Just to address Councillor Smart, I really, really do wish that we were in receipt of a barrage of grants, because then we wouldn't be in the position that we're in right now. If we had a barrage of grants and £3 million to spend, I'm sure that as a council we would be incredibly happy to spend it on an amazing asset such as a bandstand. I love what is behind Councillor Smart's amendment. It's idealistic, however it's not practical. I can't support it because it's unlawful. What we were supposed to do when we entered into the MHCLG agreement was restricted. There are only certain things that we can spend money on. This agreement was actually voted for unanimously by both the parties. The reason this agreement was entered into with MHCLG is it gave us permission to actually borrow money to try and keep frontline services alive and to look after the residents of Eastbourne. We aren't allowed to spend it on tourism. The reason why work didn't carry on during lockdown is because, yes, fair enough, it would have been lovely if people would have come to work during lockdown, but it was dangerous, and the people that we actually have working for us as a council are also important to us and are our residents of Eastbourne as well. There were also other projects that we were running, such as from the Welcome Centre, we were sending out packs of food to people that couldn't get out of the houses. There was a lot of emergency protections that were actually put in place that we were busy doing, and we are only a small council. With regard to Councillor Smart's comments on reduced funding, the funding for the bandstand hasn't been reduced. As a council, we're happy to work with the Save the Bandstand project, and we would be happy to look at ways to raise funding. There is no way that £3 million in the end will not be spent on the bandstand. It's just when. It can't be done in a recovery budget. We don't have the financial capability to borrow £3 million in a recovery budget and to spend it on tourism. To actually vote for this amendment in our current circumstances is unlawful, but we understand why the bandstand is important to the residents of Eastbourne, and it is a priority to us. And I'm sure that we'd be happy to commit to developing the bandstand so that it is safe and accessible for all of our residents, and to take what comes to us with tourism as well.
Sure.
This is working. Is that all right? Good. Thank you. So thank you, Councillor Holt, for a lesson. Everyone here, I think, understands the need to have a balanced budget at home. In our everyday lives, we know that our expenditure should not exceed our income, and we save for a rainy day. So it's no surprise that councils too are required to operate a balanced budget, which broadly means cash raised through council tax, business rates, etc., during the year will meet cash expenditure. And of course, the proposed budget does do that, but only with £2.7 million in grants from the central government. One of the important issues to note here is that this administration has failed to save in good years, as any prudent organisation should. I'm not talking about the last 2 years and the impact of COVID-19, which required even more support from central government, which Councillor Tutt and Councillor Holt and many of you seem to find difficult to acknowledge. EBC complained about the lack of tourism income for the last 2 years, which Councillor Smart has just explained. That was about 2 million. However, even before the pandemic, the council's general fund was unacceptably low. Take the 2018-19 accounts, and I know I'm harping on about these. The external auditors, Deloitte, heavily criticised the council for making questionable investments. No, not only questionable, it said they were entering into a contract that they did not understand. When the general fund was low, and going lower. We're still awaiting the year-end March 20 and March 21 accounts. Who knows what surprises those will bring? Which brings me to borrowing. This council has borrowed heavily and overspent on building projects. We all know that buildings, and particularly council-owned heritage assets, need to be maintained and kept in a good state of repair. Councillor Smart talked about ACOM's report of October 2019 on the bandstand, and we really don't know why the council are still waiting to take on that project. I know there was a pandemic for 2 years, but any business with confidence in their viability and an awareness of what the public mood is would have used that time wisely and done something with the bandstand, the Modcombe pool, and the promenade lights. For goodness sake, our seafront is the jewel in Eastbourne's crown. This is Her Majesty the Queen's Jubilee year. And our seafront, frankly, looks tatty. The so-called World Garden outside a certain famous ice cream place is shameful and a disgrace to the town. The pavilion gardens should mirror in their majesty the carpet gardens. It should be a vibrant and inviting place and in a prominent area. But there's rubbish flying around, the weeds have taken over, and the scruffy bushes look like they've never been pruned. That which brings me to the capitalisation direction. The SIPFA report has acknowledged that these last 2 years were challenging times, and I applaud the officers for setting up the Recovery and Reset group. In many ways, necessity is the mother of invention. If they hadn't found the savings, the Chief Financial Officer would have had to issue a Section 114 notice. In finding these savings, the officers have shown that the government can have confidence in Eastbourne Borough Council, which is why the government has agreed a capitalisation order, meaning that they can and indeed must sell some of their assets, which are not bringing any income nor are likely to in the near future. They can use the funds from selling any capital assets, not the bandstand, to fund the urgent work needed, and this is the reason for supporting Councillor Smart's amendment. Is there anything in the bundle of 115 pages which gives you and me a clue as to how they're going to get this process started? No. How are they going to develop the reserves replenishment strategy? I don't know. So let me turn to funding. We think there's enough flexibility in the capital programme to pay for the increased bandstand repairs without extra permanent borrowing. If you don't agree, then borrow the money. If you have to, but if that does not sit comfortably with you, sort out the £16.8 million of arrears. This is over 10 million of council tax, nearly 2 million of business rates, over 3 million of housing benefits overpaid. Yes, I know you cannot keep it all, even if you did recover all of it, and no doubt you will want to boast about your collection rate of 97%. But you can't get away from the stark figure of 16.8 million arrears, a hole in your finances, that is called taking your eye off the ball for the past 15 years. Better compliance and better in-year collection of tax at the point it is due, and less reliance on enforcement companies. I just wanted to end, Mr. Mayor, thank you for your forbearance, with something you'll not hear from the other side. Eastbourne Borough Council have received £50 million, yes, £50 million from the central government in COVID grants. On top of that, around 1,500 jobs were protected through the furlough scheme in Eastbourne. Now do your bit and prioritise spending on Eastbourne's heritage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Gaynor, for speaking earlier at the start of the debate. Now, when we started this, I said how good it was that we're all working together. Well, now you can start to see where those cracks start to appear. Look, we've been going on about this for ages. I'm sorry, but there's too much short-term thinking in some of the budgetary requirements of Eastbourne Borough Council that's been going on for several years. In the revenue budget, there's cuts to things like street cleansing, which is £117,000. Public conveniences, you know, we talk about opening the change in place facility, brilliant. But what about the other public conveniences? £100,000 gone from that budget. Voluntary and community grants, £125,000 gone. Weed control, £7,000 gone. Councillor Shaw spoke earlier of the state of the town, and it just doesn't seem to be being looked after at all. The equality analysis states in the report that screening of additional proposals do not find any further risks to adverse impacts on groups with protected characteristics. Well, I'm sorry, but if you're not spending money on public conveniences, if you're not spending money on weed control to keep pavements safe for people with disabilities, if you're not keeping this town clean, then I'm sorry, but that equality analysis doesn't stack up to me. We talk about debt. This council is going to be about £180 million in debt. This has been forecast for years as well. It's just, forget the COVID bit. I know COVID, you know, has impacted us all for the last 2 years. But this council was forecast to be a couple £100 million in debt anyway, without COVID. Hastings Borough Council, they're forecast to be £74 million in debt. Rother District Council, right next to us, £18 million in debt. I'm afraid, as I come back to, it's too much short-term thinking has got us into this predicament. And £180 million of debt, for what? A crumbling bandstand, a dilapidated seafront lights that haven't worked for years, and I know that as somebody who regularly runs along the seafront, forget it at some parts of the night because half the lights don't work, and they haven't been. It's been in the budget for ages, but nothing's been done. Health and safety repairs must be paramount, especially when it comes to the bandstand. Councillor Whipper, you said that the bandstand is an asset that we cherish and it will generate an income. Absolutely. It generates an income. It's the busiest bandstand in the country. So let's invest in it, and then guess what? People come along to the bandstand, they pay money to see shows, and it generates an income for the council, which then reduces the impact on your revenue budget. It isn't difficult. Councillor Holt, you did say, imagine what we could have done with that extra money. I shudder to think, to be quite honest with you. You mentioned a levelling up fund, and this is where, you know, I'm afraid we're getting into where I said it would go into party politics again. Let's have credit where it's due, shall we? Councillor Shaw already mentioned £50 million from central government as a response to COVID. Let's not forget the Levelling Up Fund also supported a lot of work behind the scenes from our MP Caroline Ansell. But, oh, sorry, it's political points that you don't want to mention. You only mention Caroline Ansell if it's something negative. Well, actually, there's something positive that she's done, and many more things besides. We had one of the first motions was the 20 miles an hour, and we spoke about, there was a lot of talk there about the environmental impact. Okay, so in the next breath, we're celebrating a drive-through Costa coffee. Unbelievable. A drive-through Costa coffee in one of the most congested parts of the town. It's honestly just beggars belief. So I go back to the bandstand, and I know that's been spoken about a bit later on, but the state of the capital finances of this council are in dire straits. They've been in dire straits for several years. This isn't a COVID issue. This is a management issue from the administration that's been in power for that long. Back on the bandstand, and it's my final point, you literally could have fixed that roof whilst the sun shone, but you didn't. And you talk about because COVID was in place. Well, do you know what? A lot of my family are builders, bricklayers, etc. And after about 3 or 4 months, guess what? They were all back home to work in the outside. So there wasn't any risk. You could have done it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Before we start summing up, is there anybody else who would like to speak? David Tutt, okay. Councillor Shuttleworth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Anybody who follows the national news on a regular basis will know that nationally the Conservatives are a party with no shame. They've protected the likes of Owen Paterson. They've broken manifesto promises. Manifesto promise that they wouldn't increase taxes, and they're just about to by 1.5% on national insurance. They've broken a promise to the pensioners, who they said they would keep the triple lock. If that had been the case, pensioners this year would get an 8.1% increase instead of the 3.1% increase they're going to receive. They've lost 10 billion pounds, 10 billion pounds lost on unusable and overpriced PPE. COVID grant fraud has cost millions, if not billions, more. They've presided over... Councillor Smart talks of the naughty step. Well, surely the government should be there. They've borrowed or printed money to the extent of £2.32 trillion, 95% of our gross domestic product. The highest inflation rate we're seeing now for many, many years. They've taken away the cap on energy prices, and hard-pressed local residents will end up paying far more. So they've no shame nationally, but now we're seeing they have no shame locally either, because they actually know the reality. The government back in 2009 gave a revenue support grant to Eastbourne Borough Council of £10 million. That was £10 million per annum. Yes, we've got the money for the Levelling Up Fund, but it came with strings on terms of where you could spend it. And I pay tribute to Caroline Ansell, Christina Eubank, and everybody that ensured that we got that money. But had we still been getting that £10 million, and they took it away in bits, we get nothing in revenue support grant now, we would have had an extra £75 million. Just think how many assets we could have improved with £75 million. Now, I say the Conservatives actually know the truth. I was on a call of the Association of District Councils earlier this week. Sam Chapman-Allen, a Conservative councillor who chairs that, started his speech by saying, I know every council's budget is under pressure. I listen regularly to Conservative leaders across the UK explaining how the money's been taken away from them. And Councillor Smart knows that only too well. If people in the audience today had been here last year, they would have heard Councillor Smart saying you shouldn't borrow money. And yet he comes along tonight and tells us we should borrow 3 million or 2.25 million more than we're planning to. That flies in the face of the assurance review. It flies in the face of what he's been telling us year in, year out for oh so long. When we lost the rate support grant, we're left now with the income we get from our business rates and our council tax. Our council tax in total is £9.1 million. And I've had residents say to me, but hold on, David, I pay over 2,000. I'm a Band D player. What do you do with all that money? Well, a lot of people really don't understand how the council tax is divvied out. East Sussex County Council get £1,544 of that £2,000. The Police and Crime Commissioner gets £214. The Fire Authority gets £97. And for Eastbourne Borough Council, there's only £256 left. So £9.1 million we get from council tax, and Councillor Smart wants us to spend £3 million of it now on one building. That would equate to about £25 per head per person in this town. Now, I'm not against that. I want to see our assets looked after as well. But if you look at the record of East Sussex County Council compared with Eastbourne Borough Council, not only do they get so much more than us, but for a party that claims to be the party of low taxation, since we became the administration here in Eastbourne in 2007, the Conservatives at East Sussex have increased the council tax by 54%, whereas the Liberal Democrats in Eastbourne by only 28%. So that's money that you're paying out every year to the Conservatives at East Sussex. And yet they've made cuts in just about everything, from libraries to adult social care to children in need to daycare services and care for our elderly in adult social care. Mr. Mayor, Conservatives here know the truth. They're being very, very hypocritical.
Can I call on Councillor Shuttleworth, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to start by congratulating Councillor Stephen Holt on the budget speech. The budget this year has been set in the shadow of COVID-19, the pandemic, whatever the Conservative councillors want to say. The last 2 years have been extremely difficult for many families and businesses in our town, and Eastbourne Borough Council is a business. And as we've heard from other speakers, the money for that business has been cut over the last decade each year as the government have actually reduced from £10 million revenue support down to zero revenue support, and that impacts on services. As Councillor Tutt has just said, the contrast with County Council run by our Conservative friends over there is really quite stark in terms of the sort of cuts that have been introduced there. Councillor Smart talked about what's happened over the last 2 years since that budget was set with the £3 million in the capital programme. Well, I'm not sure where he's been, but actually quite a lot has happened. And that wasn't money that was sitting in the bank, it was the money that we would borrow against the council's finances. And we've all got a commitment to helping the bandstand. We're all committed to that, and indeed to all of our other heritage buildings. I'd also like to question, I've looked at the amendment several times and I can't see in there any reference to the financial costs of increasing the capital programme in that way, and I do wonder whether Councillor Whippy's suggestion that this is an unlawful amendment is actually true. But I won't dwell on that too much. This is a balanced budget. Councillor Shaw talked about what is shameful. Well, actually, I think what's shameful is the government actually cutting money to local councils to provide local services. All the things we've talked about tonight that councils provide, going back to the road safety things, all have to be funded in some way. And the Eastbourne Borough Council's record on council tax actually is very good, as she indicated herself, with a 97% collection rate. We do a good job. I wanted to get up to talk about, well, before I get on to talking about my brief, which is all about housing, I'll just remind the opposition of what the Independent Assurance Review actually said about Eastbourne Borough Council that you are intent on maligning. And they said, in support of the officers and the political leadership here, is, and I quote, "There is a strong grasp and understanding of the challenge among senior members and officers. The report recognised the current shortfalls are largely as a result of the pandemic and the dramatic impact on tourism income, coupled with the increased costs around things like homelessness," which is what I want to talk about. Because there are other priorities for this council. The people who don't have a roof over their head, the people who are living in poor accommodation and need to be helped into some affordable housing, that's a priority for this council too. And I'm proud of the fact that this council is committed to driving that housing programme forward. And I'm really grateful to the work that's been done by our housing officers in the council and other officers for that matter in the challenges that they've faced, and the way that we've been able to help many, many people through a whole raft of preventative work to stop people becoming into a homeless situation. And indeed to the capital programme, which is again maligned, things like the new scheme at the Foundry in Langley Road, which is a new sustainable housing, affordable housing scheme that has many energy efficient elements to it, which is really important at a time of such a cost of living crisis. I'm proud of the fact that we've done a housing stock survey analysing our housing stock and looking at ideas around carbon neutrality, and that work will continue into the new budget that's been moved tonight. So there are a lot of really good positives, particularly, as I say, around housing and homelessness, and we've managed to get other measures in there around community support. Eastbourne Borough Council does much more for community support than most councils up and down the country, and we've kept that as a priority in this budget. So I commend the budget to you. Well done, Councillor Holt, and well done to all the officers who have actually put in a tremendous amount of work over the last 2 years, which is reflected in the detail in the report, and I commend the budget to you. Thank you.
Can I call on Councillor Swansborough?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just going to go back a few years, perhaps 10. These were the halcyon days when we used to receive a substantial contribution every year from the government. That contribution was taken away. It was reduced over a period of about 5 years to nil, and so we were left bereft, like many, many other local authorities. It was a time called austerity. You remember it? Nobody talked about it since till when we came to the pandemic. But austerity was what was killing our local democracies, and it's, the effects of it still are. Again, go to County Council. They cut £138 million out of vital services for people, but we're not here to argue about them today. The Eastbourne Borough Council response, and I hasten to add I wasn't a member of it then, but I would have been very proud to have been a member of it. Their response was to fight back, to say we refuse to let our services all go out of the window because of the austerity coming down from the government. What we did as a council was we invested in we made investments which were designed to produce income. Some produce more income than others, that's the nature of investment. But at least we had to try to make sure that our income came up. The odd thing about this is the government actually encouraged this in local authorities. They encouraged local authorities to come along and fend for themselves. They did get a little bit concerned in some areas where people borrowed vast sums of money. I know one local authority borrowed over £1 billion to invest in property. Well, we didn't go as far as mad as that. That was a Conservative one, as I understand as well. So there we are. We invested in, mostly in Eastbourne we invested, not exclusively, but mostly in Eastbourne, so that we could produce income to protect our services. One of the investments, we get criticised for borrowing money. We only borrow money to invest. And one of the investments we made is this thing that we're in now. What do you think? This didn't come here for nothing. This came in here for, I think it's about £40 million. This is a big investment in our future because we are really, really big in Eastbourne about talking about our past, and I applaud that. Had several years on the Conservation Committee. I do love the area that I live in, love the buildings and all the rest of it, but actually you can't spend all of your life just talking about what's happened. You've actually got to plan for the future, and this is part of the plan for the future. This, we are told now we're told by SIPFA, you're not allowed to invest, or you shouldn't invest in your tourism industry. But this is a massive investment in our tourism industry, and we expect this to pay off in years to come. Something that's not been talked about this evening, because Councillor Freebody was talking about the amount of reductions that we've made. The only problem with reductions, well, I know the toilets in Hamden Park were vandalised and they haven't been replaced yet. Whether or not that's something that we can get through in the next year or two, I don't know. But one of the things that we definitely need to do is to make sure that we've got a stake in the future as well as having it in the past. Then we had the pandemic. The pandemic was us all sitting at home for ages and ages, months and months and months, not being able to produce any income. That was one of our saddest things. What can you do about it? You can only sit there. As we're sitting there, obviously our commitments are running, and to some extent they've helped out by the government. The government's alternative towards us keeping people in work, the alternative was to make everybody redundant. Nobody's actually mentioned redundancy at all this evening. There are some very, very good people who've left this authority over the last year or two because of the fact that we can't afford to keep them. They're in jobs that perhaps don't exist anymore and so on. And we regret all of those people who have left the authority because there's some very, very fine people amongst them. So we don't cut for the sake of cutting. We cut only because we have to, because we're actually financial realists. Nobody else in this says so, but we are financial realists. The Conservatives don't have to be realistic. We went to a discussion recently with Robert Smart and Mrs. Shaw.
Can you sum up, please, Councillor Swan?
Yeah, sorry. We went to a discussion about the amount of debtors, and our officers explained to them exactly where we stood on it. They accepted it on the day, but when they come here and get an audience behind them, they don't accept it anymore. So that's my little contribution to how we are. My congratulations also to Stephen Holt for his work over the last year.
Thank you, Councillor Swansborough. Can I now call on Councillor Burton to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, I think it's a real shame that some of the Save the Bandstand group left, and I'd like to thank those that stayed, because it's only in listening to each other we'll find a positive way forward, and I hope that's what we all want to do here tonight. I'd like to speak to Councillor Shaw's comments. Councillor Shaw suggested that during the early days of the pandemic, whilst residents were all frightened, and we were frightened in the early stages of the pandemic, and many were struggling to access basic supplies, we should have been risking employees' health by attempting work on the bandstand, the seafront lighting, and the promenade. I remember delivering food to a neighbour during those days who broke down in tears at the relief of having a basic food supply not brought to her door. At this point, does anyone really think that refurbishing the seafront should have been our priority? I think not. I'm really proud of the work our council did during lockdowns when our tourism department packaged up and helped to deliver basic supplies to our residents. This was, quite rightly, our priority, and whilst around 3% of residents have signed a petition and would love us to have prioritised the bandstand, we must prioritise our statutory services first. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I call on Councillor Maxted to speak, please?
It's difficult for me to follow certainly Councillor Swansborough, and indeed he covered something that I was going to say, so I'll keep this very short. I'd first of all like to congratulate Councillor Holt for his fine delivery of a balanced budget, and I'd also like to take the opportunity to thank him and our finance officers for their brilliant work they've done these past 2 years of unprecedented financial challenges. I'd like to thank Gaynor Sedgwick for coming along this evening and talking to us and expressing our feelings about the bandstand. And residents and visitors to Eastbourne are quite rightly concerned about the bandstand, as they care deeply about this and other heritage assets within the town. Councillor Swansborough, as I said, has mentioned it, but I think it's important to mention this. The pandemic of the past 2 years has been a challenge for Eastbourne's economy, a massive challenge. Councillor Shaw said, well, that people should have saved in the good years, ready for a rainy day or whatever. But I mean, she seems to forget that the 10 years prior to that were austerity, which saw this council having to adopt innovative schemes to supplement its lost income due to cuts in government grants and to prevent the demise of frontline services, which really the council has an obligation to provide, and I congratulate the authority for being able to do that. So despite these challenges that have happened this past 2 years, this council has been able to set aside the £750,000 required for work to be carried out on the bandstand, which will enable it to reopen for next season. The bandstand does not need £3 million to reopen, it needs £750,000, and that's what it's getting to enable it to reopen as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Can I call on Councillor Bannister?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Suggestions have been made that we don't want to invest in our tourism industry. How wrong you are. The tourism department that I look over is very vibrant. We are very involved in what we're doing. We're very enthusiastic. It has been an interesting year for the tourism department. The year before last was horrible. We made 52 people redundant, plus laid off a load of casual staff. It was painful. It really was. It was something, as I said last year, I never want to go through again. This last year's been interesting. We've been open, shut, able to do events, not able to do events. Very, very difficult times for everyone. I think the highlight of the year, though, must have been the success of the pantomime. This has brought in much needed income for the council. We're predicting a surplus of more than £230,000 from this show alone. Our production is always popular, and this year it was even more so, as people were able to celebrate Christmas and the New Year in a more normal way. Tributes must be paid to Chris Jordan and his team, both on stage as well as backstage, who battled through various members going down with COVID. They had people jumping into roles with only a few hours' notice. That is what we like in our team. All departments have done their best to meet their targets monetary this year, and at the same time to look to future savings, restructures and income streams. We are very lucky to have staff who have been so adaptable and willing to work wherever needed. This next year promises to be a better year, with more big shows in the theatres, as well as events returning to the seafront and other places. All events have been instructed they must be cost neutral, and this will be monitored constantly. Already this year, attendance at our theatres is increasing and bringing in much needed income to the council. The reopening of the Winter Gardens next door is also proving to be another income stream, with dinner dances being booked, live music performances planned, and from April's, bookings will be taken for our popular Christmas parties. So if you need a table, you need to get in quick. Unfortunately, yes, the bandstand will be closed for much of the season, but we will be looking at other ways of providing this much-loved entertainment, if at all possible. We know from experience that our customers really enjoy the bandstand on tour events, and we hope to redo them. Following on from the SIPFA report, we will be looking at our expenditure on culture. We will be looking at how we can provide these services in such a way that we do not put undue pressure on the council's finances in future years. We will investigate the way we manage our theatres and other departments while maintaining our superb offer. In the Recovery and Reset programme, there is a line, re the culture exemption money, that we could claim back for the Congress Theatre. We are still looking into this, but officers are looking at other savings and income streams so that we are fully aware of the pros and cons of claiming money from the HMRC before we need to make a decision, and we are confident we don't need to rush into this. I'm hopeful that this year the tourism department will come back with a vengeance and provide the town with an attractive offer for visitors and residents. The staff within the department are looking to the future and are enthusiastic about events, shows and conferences this year, and I thank them for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll start by saying those immortal words, I hadn't intended to speak on the subject. But alas, there's been a number of things said, so I feel moved to speak. I first want to thank Councillor Holt and the Eastbourne Borough Council Finance team for the budget. And I want to thank all officers and all councillors, actually, for all the hard work that they've done during the pandemic and seeing our town through, really. 2022 is a difficult budget. It's not the first difficult budget we've had. I think 2007, if I recall, was a difficult budget for us. I think it's only me, Councillor Tutt and Councillor Bannister who are still here from that year. So we've been here before with difficult budgets, and we survived that, and we will survive now. There has been much talk of government grants for Eastbourne during the pandemic, but very little has been said about the amount of government cuts that we've had to endure over the years. So we need to offset that good news about the grants with the bad news that we've had lots of cuts over the years. There are a number of things I'd like to raise briefly, and I think one point that concerns me and will concern everybody in this room is, yes, our council tax is proposed to go up by 1.99%, but that's a 4.4% overall when you take into the police authorities, fire authority, and East Sussex County Council. Many residents are facing hardship this year. We will see the cost of living increase, be it from national insurance increases or inflation. And I do feel for our residents that this year could be a tough one for them financially. And I note with inflation being at 5.6%, set to rise to over 7% in the spring. Himira knows exactly what I'm going to say now. I do also feel for the workforce of Eastbourne Borough Council. And I'm wondering what's the inflation, what impact that will have on wage increases or contracts, and whether the public will have monies to spare in our theatres. That has to be a concern. I think as a country, we're going to be heading for a tough time with various things hitting us in our purses and our wallets. I wouldn't be Councillor Steve Wallace, I didn't mention garden waste. There's been an increase in that. People know my thoughts on that, and I'm also interested that the government may well scrap that. So there is a government policy I actually support, but we'll wait and see that. And again, that will have an impact on our finances. I'll be interested to see what Councillor Holt says about that. Airborne, yeah, every budget speech I mention airborne, so why should this be any different? I'm pleased that we're looking to break even this year. So although I may be sceptical about that, I have an open mind. I'd like to thank all the officers again for all the work that they've done during the COVID pandemic. It's not been easy for Eastbourne, and I know that many people have been working hard in ensuring that residents are delivered vital services during that period. That had to be the focus of any local authority, and it's certainly one for Eastbourne. And I just want to say, yes, you know, I was born in Eastbourne. Generations of my family were born in Eastbourne. I love this town and its seafront. And I'd love to see the bandstand fully operational and repaired, but I would plead with any councillor who are involved in finances, if there's any spare cash going, please can you divert this cash to the residents and offsetting some of these council tax increases or the hardships they will be facing over the next 12 months. I'd rather be saving people. You know, there's no exaggeration that people have choices to whether to eat or to heat. We hear about it every day. This is reality. So please, any spare cash, can we please ensuring that people in this town have a good quality of life, and the bandstand may have to wait another 12 months. Thank you.
Can I ask Councillor Smart to sum up on your amendment, please? And you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you all for your contributions. Mine was actually quite a modest amendment, and actually, I think I did say that I've applauded quite a lot of the good things that have gone on in the council. So I don't think that the barrage of criticism that has come is necessarily warranted. Pardon me. Let me just deal with the comments that Councillor Tutt made. It's always deflection. We always end up talking about the national picture and about East Sussex County Council. Look, this is about Eastbourne, and it's about, you have difficulty with having just some modicum of criticism. Deflection. You also make and a lot of councillors make this mistake. Not all councillors are necessarily accountants or skilled financially. But I mean, the confusion between capital and revenue is a very easy thing to make, and it just isn't correct. I mean, when Councillor Tutt stands up and says that the council tax is £9.1 million, that is nothing to do with the capital budget in that sense. It may relate to the capital budget, but let me just say that we have a capital budget this year of £37.7 million. And we are actually incurring £18.8 million of general fund debt. It's as though these things didn't exist from some councillors. In terms of the balanced budget for this year, and when you go back in terms of talk about the government cutting things, actually, how remarkable, actually, that in 2023, without a rate support grant, you could actually manage a balanced budget. How remarkable. You wouldn't believe it possible from the way you speak. In terms of Councillors Burton and Wallace, let me just say that in two of their things, we may agree on many things, but the issues we're talking about are not mutually exclusive. In terms of Councillor Wallace, the money that we spend on the bandstand, because it's capital, would not be able to be recompensed to residents. In terms of Councillor Burton, the issue in terms of the good work that's been done in looking after the vulnerable in Eastbourne is not a conflict with actually spending money on actually repairing the bandstand. They would be different people. You'd have surveyors, construction people. They were not the people doling out food parcels, etc. So, I mean, I put forward a relatively modest proposal. I've heard nothing from councillors to respond at all in the glaring omission in a capital strategy. And I remind councillors that the assurance review talks about £40 million of potential sales in the next 3 years. And yet, how can we possibly have a capital strategy that only reflects 1 million of that? I've got the schedule here. I mean, it's just not correct. And in terms of the relatively minor issue, I can assure you, Councillor Whippy, that the proposal I'm making is not unlawful. And if it were, then even a modest expenditure would be unlawful. But I do just say to councillors, because we've been trying to get away from the sort of party political issues. All I'm suggesting in terms of the bandstand is that actually at this moment you can make a decision and not delay things. You could allow a little bit more expenditure this summer. It doesn't actually mean that expenditure takes place, because the officers will actually have to work on it and actually contract for it. It's a fairly modest proposal. Thank you very much indeed.
Can I now ask Councillor Holt to sum up?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you everybody for your speeches this evening. Many of them which were amusing, including Councillor Freebody's. I enjoyed yours, so thank you. I'm due to sum up, and it's always tricky to write down notes for everything, but I kind of did predict a fair few things as well, because it's obvious in many ways. First of all, I want to agree with Councillor Burton. The amount of work that was done by officers and others was absolutely tremendous and inspirational. One of the things I would comment, and it's been asked, why didn't you do the work sooner? Why didn't you do it during the summer? A number of reasons. Let's not forget we didn't know how long COVID would last. We didn't know what restrictions there would be, and we had lukewarm commitments from national government of financial support. Borrowing money for work that hadn't yet been undertaken would have been reckless when we knew the constraints of our own finances. Borrowing funding would now be reckless when we don't know what works there will be until the Environmental Agency report back. Ultimately, heritage, the national assets, are always going to need maintenance and works, particularly one which is on the seafront, and they are complicated and often controversial. If you doubt me, look at the debate at the moment with regards to the Houses of Parliament. Costs are expected to rise to as much as 14 billion, and yet Jacob Rees-Mogg turned around and said that they would need to justify that cost to the taxpayer before the repairs could commence. We need to justify the cost of those repairs, and we can't do this until the Environmental Agency, who have stated that the bandstand is on the floodline, presents their proposals. I want to make a request tonight to both the Save the Bandstand group and the opposition and my own members, that actually we unite together to lobby with them to get on with the works, get on with the plans, get on with the proposals, so that we can end this uncertainty which is causing so much debate. Councillor Shaw, you mentioned with regards to the £50 million worth of COVID support, and you're right, this authority has received COVID support, but £45 million of that was for business grants, which were given directly to businesses. It wasn't money that we had as an authority. Councillor Freebody, sorry, just checking my notes, asked about the investments, and as Councillor Swansborough so eloquently said, lots of it was for this building, for Victoria Place, for housing, and it was to generate an income following the government costs. I did mention, Councillor Smart, the cross-party working, and I do pay tribute to those who have taken part and to those who have helped to secure that funding from all political spectrums, residents and people who have given up their time to do so. I can't support Councillor Smart's amendment, and it's not because I don't want to see the bandstand reopen. It's not. Part of our duties and our responsibility is to present a balanced budget. And unfortunately, Councillor Smart hasn't said what he would sell or what he would cut to pay for the additional the additional impact that his amendment would have on the revenue. That is why I would argue that actually the amendment, for which we've waited a fair bit of time for, is not valid. No business case has been received, and there's no details of how it will be paid for. And there's talk about this 40 million of capital. And with respect to the assurance review, as I've already said, I don't agree with everything on the assurance review. I agree with much, and I agree with some of the things it's saying, but I don't agree with it all. But one of the suggestions and recommendations was £40 million of capital receipts. And Councillor Smart says, where's that coming from? We've made it clear. The assurance review indicates that it should be from reassessing and reevaluating our agricultural estate. For those of you who might be unclear on what that agricultural estate would be, it's the Downlands Farms, it's the golf course, it's our dams. And we've already said that we wouldn't take that forwards. So that makes our job even more tricky, because we're saying that that capital receipt we don't accept. So therefore, we need to show maturity. We need to put aside party differences, and we need to work together to put this forward. It is a real challenge, and over 10 years, and since I've been elected as councillor, not one amendment from the opposition has told us how we would balance our budget with everything else that was coming. We've had to make those decisions. We continue to make those decisions for the good of our residents. My final point is that, as I said, we have to present a balanced budget tonight. This year has been made even more complicated by the challenges set forth by the capitalisation agreement and indeed the assurance review. An amendment as wonderfully worded as Councillor Smart's, which has not been fully costed, which has not had due process or consultation, is not a proper amendment, Councillor Smart. And for somebody who is so critical about the level of detail and the detail that we provide sometimes, your amendment is frankly very light on this. This isn't about changing some words on a motion tonight. This is about ensuring the Council's financial stability for the long term to ensure our recovery.
Can I ask you to sum up, please?
Of course I will. Let me take a leaf out of the Conservative leader of East Sussex County Council, who refused our budget amendment, which was presented 3 days before the budget meeting at County Hall, which had been fully costed and which officers had worked on. He and his group refused, in part quoting the same reason. Tonight, I'm going to state, as I've done before to the Save the Bandstand group, that I want to meet with you again, and I've actually spoken to the Chief Executive of the Council, and we've agreed to meet at your convenience, so we can sort something out with that, to go through some of those things that you understand and make sure that we're all clear going forward, because I genuinely want to work with everybody to make sure that we can ensure our future financial recovery. Please do support the budget as it stands. Thank you.
We now come to the vote, and it has to be a recorded vote. All votes on the budget require a formal recorded vote under legislation. I will put the amendment submitted by Councillor Smart to a formal vote first. The Head of Democratic Services, who sits beside me, will call your name. Please say for, against, or abstain. It's quite simple. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Babarinde. Councillor Bannister. Councillor Belsey. Councillor Burton. Councillor Chowdhury. Councillor DeCara. Councillor Diplock. Councillor Freebody. Councillor Holt. Councillor Lamb. Councillor Lamb. Councillor Maxted. Councillor Metcalfe. Councillor Mear. Councillor Morris. Councillor Murdoch. Councillor Murray. Councillor Rodahan. Councillor Shaw. Councillor Shuttleworth. Councillor Smart. Councillor Swansborough. Councillor Taylor. Councillor Tutt. Councillor Vaughan. Councillor Wallace. And Councillor Whippy. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. That amendment was lost by 17 votes to 9.
Thank you. I will now put the original recommendations proposed by Councillor Holt to a formal vote. Once again, the Head of Democratic Services will call your name. Please say for, against, or abstain.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Babarinde. Councillor Belsey. Councillor Bannister. Councillor Belsey. Councillor Burton. Councillor Chowdhury. Councillor DeCara. Councillor Diplock. Councillor Freebody. Councillor Holt. Councillor Lamb. Councillor Maxted. Councillor Metcalfe. Councillor Mear. Councillor Morris. Councillor Murdoch. Councillor Murray. Councillor Rodahan. Councillor Shaw. Councillor Shuttleworth. Councillor Smart. Councillor Swansborough. Councillor Taylor. Councillor Tutt. Councillor Vaughan. Councillor Wallace. And Councillor Whippy. Mr. Mayor, the budget has passed by 17 votes to 9.
Thank you very much. We've been here since 6 o'clock, and we'll probably be here until 10. I'm proposing that we have a 10-minute recess, and we're all back here just at 9 or immediately afterwards. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, can I ask you to be seated, please? Thank you. Somebody who's fit.
So we good to go? Great.
Yeah.
So, ready when you are.
Thank you. Is everybody seated in the right place? Before we continue, can I remind members that if we're still in session at 10 o'clock, we will have to stop and vote for ourselves to continue or not to continue. That might be words of encouragement. Thank you. We now move on to item 8C, motion 3, maintaining heritage assets. And can I ask Councillor Smart to move his motion as set out on page 3 of the agenda, but not to speak to it at this stage. And can I ask Councillor De Cara to second the motion, and do you reserve your right to speak during the debate later? Can I ask Councillor Burton to move her alternative proposal, a copy of which has been placed on the tables, but can I ask her to please read the motion so everybody is aware of it, but not to speak on the motion at this stage?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So moved. The alternative proposal is the council remains committed to not only maintaining but renovating our town's heritage assets. The council recognises that Eastbourne is fortunate in benefiting from more heritage assets than most towns, some of national significance, but that these are expensive to maintain. As the council's income from council tax is only 9.1 million per annum and government has ceased to provide any government support grant, the council calls upon central government to establish a heritage maintenance fund to support the maintenance of heritage assets whilst not disadvantaging our residents. Requests that our Member of Parliament, Caroline Ansell, to lobby central government on our behalf, and requests that our Member of Parliament, Caroline Ansell, reports back to us on her progress. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Can I invite Councillor Maxted to second the alternative proposal? Thank you. Can I now invite public speakers to come back and speak to this? Can I invite the public speakers to come forward and speak to this item? First one is Chris Leach, the chair of the Eastbourne Society. Please come forward to the microphone and you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Can anybody hear me? Yes. Lovely, thank you. Well, of course I'd be here. I'm chairman of the Eastbourne Society. It's what we do, basically, is fight for heritage. People have been doing it for 60 years, and I'm the latest in a long line of chair people to be doing just that. I know we've had votes. I've told people I don't do politics, but I do care about the heritage in this town. I can see this town in 25, 50, 100 years' time, and we're literally just players in its evolution. What I would like to actually sort of point out, I said, yes, there may have been some bad decisions along the way, but COVID was there. A lot of us are very aware that I think the Sea Defences project has actually been played down, quite frankly. I think it's going to be one of the biggest, most destructive things we've probably seen in the history of this town. We've got wise heads on it because the Eastbourne Society is very keen, and We've got an old society with old and new eyes, let me put it that way. There are a lot of things. I've seen 60 years of caring about this town, and I'd like to see, long after I've gone, people still caring about this town. Things I'd pick up on, and I really do want people to support this motion of Councillor Smart's. 40 years ago, there's a building across the road, literally just over there, that easily could have been demolished. And somebody who's not here now, and I know he can be a pain in the neck sometimes, but that's Richard Crook, he set out to defend it. And I'm so pleased he did. I'm not an Eastbournian. I came to live here, and I love this town. I absolutely love it with a vengeance, and its heritage is what makes it a big part of why it's a tourist attraction. And this building we're in now, it was a commitment to be a tourist and conference place. It can do it. I mean, there's all sorts of people I know working on visions for this town. It needs a vision. Everybody's getting towards one at some point. In 2 years' time, that very park out there will be 150 years old, right? And the building right next to it that we keep arguing over will be 150 years the year after that. And the second part, the Gold Room, will be 150 years old the year after that. That's heritage. On my watch, that's not going to go. I know we've got to find money from somewhere, and we're going to work with it, and we're really pleased to engage with anybody that we can make this town a better place. I think if anybody wants a guided tour of understanding why I love this town so much, come along to the Heritage Centre, and I'll give you a guided tour of the evolution of this town. And I also need to tell everybody, and you might have seen a sheet going around, that the Lord Burlington event that we did was filmed. Lord Burlington, I know he's a big part of this, and I know people don't all agree with this aristocracy and everything else, but it's still a part of this town. It's all online now. I put it up this afternoon, so anybody at the end of this can literally go online and watch what Lord Burlington said, and all the clues are in there, and you can see Richard's bit, and all the clues are in there. And once you start there, you'll understand this town, and we can move forward. Please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, and perfect timing. Can I ask Phil Hall to speak? You have 3 minutes.
The current state of Mottcombe swimming pool is in no way related to the pandemic-enforced closure, a pandemic-caused loss of funds, or the age of the building. Instead, it is about just one thing: council priorities. For many years, the pool has been starved of investment. What little investment there has been misallocated and misspent. This is demonstrated by the council's own commissioned survey, which references historically poor quality repairs. Many years of neglect can be seen outside the building, with corroding pipes and blocked and broken guttering. Such damage doesn't materialise overnight or in 2 years of closure. Likewise, the roof needs replacing, the lights need replacing, the carpets need replacing, the whole building needs redecorating. When was that last done? The age of the building is also irrelevant. What's relevant is the level of investment, which appears to have been close to zero for a very long time. The Hippodrome was built in 1883, the Winter Garden in 1875. Both have been the recipients of hundreds of thousands of investment in recent years to maintain and repair. The key difference is these sites are visitor attractions first, for local residents second. Mottcombe is a community asset, first and foremost for local residents, for council taxpayers and their families. And as Heidi will ably set out, it's about time the needs of the local community were put first. The council states it's working with experts Wave Leisure, but that's the company that has been running the pool badly for several years, with a complete lack of innovation and disregard for users. I spoke to several recent users of the pool over the weekend. Complaints ranged from frequently cancelled swimming lessons, one example where the parent wasn't even notified until arrival, to complaints about opening times, complaints about payment options, and so on. There are 5 schools in less than 1 mile of the pool, yet how many utilise the pool? What partnerships with local gyms and sports clubs existed? What evening activities took place to maximise income? What PR and marketing activity did Wave Leisure undertake? Were life-saving and swimming teacher courses and qualifications available? Once closed, I was immediately fearful the site would be sold off for flats. Councillors have publicly stated that won't happen, categorically so. However, your predecessors said exactly the same thing about Devonshire Park swimming pool, now the site of a gargantuan block of flats. My worst fears appear to be well founded, considering the comments of the council's commercial project manager, who referenced plans for 2 flats on part of the site only in November last year. To return to my opening remarks, this is about priorities. The total cost of repairs is £1 million. To put that into perspective, £1 million is just 5% of the money that the council recently received from central government for levelling up. Yes, I know that levelling up money is only for specific things, but had you asked for it to be for Mockham Swimming Pool, then the element may well have been so.
Please come on, please.
If the council decided to stop paying staff enormous sums of money to leave the council, the saving on exit payments alone would more than pay for the complete restoration of the pool. So, I end with a plea for the council to prioritise this much-loved community asset. Thank you.
Can I ask Heidi Emery to come to the microphone, please? And you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Generations of swimmers have passed through the historic doors of Mockham Pool, and generations from this town. Our heritage, as we've heard this evening, it can serve all, but the council's got to balance that with the new and think about how you invest. We've got the technology to look after these buildings, and as Phil just said, a lot of the times when work's been done on Mockham Pool, it's not been completed, it's not been done. As a regular swimmer there, we could go up and down, and it was like playing spot what they haven't done. And the council was responsible for overseeing those works and putting that investment in so badly. The council's also said this evening that it's thought about Saltdean and the things they thought about. But until we've made contact as the Friends of Mockham Pool and reached out, actually no one's come to us as the residents of Old Town to ask us what we really think and what we really want. People have moved to Old Town. Small businesses rely on the pool and the passing trade, extra trade from the pool. People walk to the pool, so we use the green, making the green agenda really real in Old Town. And yet, this pool has sat there, and I tell you now, the ants underneath the tiles, which are about 10 metres down, are having a right old party at the moment while they're there and nobody's managing them. There's probably weeds growing up through some of those tiles inside that pool. Somebody asked me the other day, who's looking after it while it's all closed, while it sits there? We've been in the pandemic for 2 years, yet for at least the last year, most of our leisure services have been open. And Mockham Pool should have been reopened with those services and that investment made at the time. We set up the Friends of Mockham Pool group, and within about 24 to 36 hours, we've got nearly 300 people signed up who want to have these conversations, who want to be involved in saving Mockham Pool and making sure that we get it reopened as soon as possible. Because the impact that it's having on people's health and well-being in terms of the residents of this town is not great. You know, people who need to recover from their operations, people who've got long-term conditions and illnesses aren't able to get to the pool that's on their doorstep, and they don't have other options. Not everyone drives. For most people, it's their only option. Some people need to actually go to Mockham Pool because they go to Mockham Pool frequently as well. One person said, and this is a quote from a lady, she said, "I love the pool, its size and warmth, the staff, the classes it offers, the teachers that take them, and the real sense of community. I began to make friends there and to increase my confidence, mental health and fitness. I never minded it wasn't the smartest or most up-to-date operation in town. In fact, that I liked it wasn't off-puttingly swanky and competitive, just real." And that's what that means to the residents of Old Town. It means that pool is real. It's a real part of our heritage, and the investment should be made as soon as possible and no further delays whilst we sit and our conditions, our long-term conditions and our illnesses get worse, and a strain on the NHS as well for having to intervene when we can't go and have the aquatic physical exercise that we need to keep us fit. Don't wait until it's fallen into so much disrepair. Can I ask you to sum up, please? That you have an excuse to demolish it. Save our heritage for the use of the local community. Once lost, it can't be replaced. Mockham Pool is the heart of our community, and it keeps hearts going and obesity at bay. Reopen our pool and support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I now ask Councillor Smart to speak to his proposal?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and congratulations to our three speakers from the public, Chris Leach, Phil Hall and Heidi Emery. Thank you very much indeed. I won't keep you long. We've already had quite a long session. I think this probably demonstrates that actually a subject as important as this probably shouldn't be screwed into the end of a full council meeting like this. And perhaps that's a suggestion for more full council meetings, because the agenda's got rather long. There are two distinctive features about this motion that sets it apart from the other three. The first is brevity rather than war and peace, and the second is it refers to matters that the council itself controls and should act, rather than referring matters to external parties to take action. However, I have worded the motion in such a way as to believe that we might have unanimity. But the history under this Liberal Democrat administration has not been strong. The word neglect comes in, the word priorities comes in, and the lack of planning comes in. So that's where we are now. We've talked quite a lot about the bandstand. I think it requires no further introduction tonight on this agenda item. In terms of the Winter Garden, well, the Devonshire Quarter itself already required 10 million refurbishment by the time of major investment, which was planned at £44 million, but overran by £20 million, taking all the resources and not completing the work on the Winter Garden, and potentially taking the resources from potentially other areas. The extra bailout from CELEP was to restore it to its former glory. But look at the exterior today. It's a dreadful, shocking advert for Eastbourne at the moment. And the modern, brutal design has sensibly been withdrawn. Of course, it's a matter of money and funding. I won't talk about other properties. Clearly, we've covered Mottcombe. We could talk about the pavilion. We could talk about smaller properties, such as the pavilion at Helen Garden. We could talk about Councillor Shuttleworth's toilets at Shinewater, with which I have some sympathy. The issue is that this is all about a lack of planning, a lack of asset review to enhance, upgrade or dispose. It's a piecemeal approach with recently a brutal short-term budgetary process. The lack of finance arises from a lack of planning, including disposals, which can create capital receipts which could be used on retained buildings. Of course, we should also look elsewhere for finance at all appropriate times. At this moment, I will propose that the motion goes ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I now ask Councillor Burton to speak to her amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Whilst it's the bandstand in the news at the moment, the council has many heritage assets to manage, and we can't let the opposition's attempt to create anger around the closure of the bandstand to distract us from getting on with the job of safeguarding them all. The bandstand is closed to enable the renovations that they are calling for to be carried out at a cost of £750,000. In 2009, we were receiving over £10 million a year in revenue support grant. The Conservative government removed that income from councils. Just think what we could spend on our heritage assets with that additional income. Why then did the previous Conservative administration not renovate our assets when they did receive that extra annual funding? Above all, the need to maintain all of these buildings has to be set alongside our duty to provide statutory services such as housing and homelessness support, whilst keeping council tax as low as possible. In these difficult times, people are struggling enough. When completed, the new sea defences will be one of the largest flood risk prevention schemes in the country and will increase protection to an estimated 10,000 homes, key infrastructure, local businesses, heritage sites and nature conservation areas. It makes financial and strategic sense to explore the protection of the bandstand in this work, and so we need to wait to undertake some of the improvements at the bandstand until it can be combined with the Environment Agency's project. We have a duty to protect the public purse, and spending money now on something that can be combined with flood risk management along the whole promenade and make a more effective sea defence would be imprudent. We have, however, committed to spend money immediately to resolve the most urgent work and get the bandstand reopened for business as soon as possible. In respect of our other heritage assets, if we go back to 2007 when this administration took over, other than Towner, all of the buildings we inherited in the Devonshire Quarter were in very poor shape, and the future of the pre-Wimbledon women's event was uncertain. If we had left these to become further run down, we would almost certainly have had to close the Devonshire Park Theatre and the Winter Garden, but we decided instead on major investment. We gained substantial income from the Lawn Tennis Association, who moved the men's event from Nottingham to Eastbourne and confirmed the women's event for 20 years. We gave the Devonshire Park Theatre an uplift with help from the Friends, renewed the Congress, built the Welcome Building and refurbished the Winter Gardens. If we had not done this, a lot of tourist-related businesses are likely to have closed. The complete renovation of the Winter Garden is almost finished at a cost of £2.5 million. It brings more revenue to the town than the bandstand, and so refurbishing it first made good fiscal sense. The loss of the government's revenue support grant has forced all councils to become entrepreneurial, and that is what we are doing. The Hippodrome was and still is in need of major repair, and the council took the decision to support transferring this to a community interest company on a peppercorn lease, with the proviso that it returns to the council if it can no longer run as an entertainment venue. Part of this deal is that we invest in the structural repairs and the lessee takes on the operational risk. For that reason, there is money in the capital budget for the next 3 years. The readout. We are currently talking to several businesses who suggest that they might invest in partial works in order to use a park for commercial purposes, but we also continue to pursue heritage grants. Motcombe Baths. We took the opportunity during lockdown to have a full survey carried out, and this identified large problems. Swimming pools are always likely to be a cost to local authorities, but we recognise the benefits these bring to our local community. We have therefore pledged to work towards reopening this important facility. Maintenance of heritage assets is expensive, but the council is committed to the upkeep of our town's important buildings. In a period of austerity, where the government has removed the grant to local government, the council remains committed to doing all of this whilst fully maintaining its delivery of statutory and essential services. We will continue to look for innovative ways of preserving all of Eastbourne's heritage and aim to work with the resident groups in order to do so. Regarding Councillor Smart's motion, it is the nature of opposition that you have the luxury of headlines without accountability. Administration is a far more complex blend of delivering the many duties and priorities in ways that are affordable and sustainable. Hopefully, this sets out the more broad context for what we are doing and why our aim is more than Councillor Smart's motion for just maintenance of our heritage assets. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Can I now move on to the debate? Councillors, if you would like to speak to this item, please raise a hand. Diplock. Murray. Anyone else? Can I call?
Everybody.
Everybody. Can I ask Councillor Diplock to speak to the motion or to whatever?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to Chris, Phil and to Heidi as well for coming and speaking tonight. It's really obvious what passions Motcombe Pool in particular stirs within the residents of Old Town and Upperton and thereabouts. I took my first swim in Motcombe Baths, as it's known, and my grandparents and their parents took their first swims in Motcombe Slipper Baths, as it was previously known. My grandparents, my maternal grandparents, lived on Bradford Street. They had only an outside toilet. Once a week they went to Motcombe Slipper Baths for their bath. I have a long-established connection with Motcombe swimming pool. It's clearly at the heart of Old Town and Upperton. And Sovereign Centre, that's great, it's not Motcombe Pool. Motcombe Pool is what people of Old Town and Upperton want and need. Of course, if MHCLG, if the Ministry for Housing, Communities and Local Government had their way, they'd sell it, because it doesn't make money. But Motcombe Pool isn't about making money. Mottcombe Pool is about its intrinsic value as a social asset to the community. It doesn't have to make money for it to be kept. And although MHCLG would like to sell it, I can tell you right here, right now, Mottcombe Pool will not be sold. Mottcombe Pool will reopen as a community swimming pool. I'm passionate about that, as I think you can probably tell. Make no mistake, with the funding challenges we've had from central government over the last 10 years, finding money to spend on Mottcombe has always been a challenge. As we've seen with the bandstand, which makes money and brings revenue in, as we've seen with this building, which will make money and bring revenue in, as we've seen with the Winter Garden, which will make money and bring revenue in, we will invest in those assets that we can to generate a recurring income for the town. And the Mottcombe Pool doesn't fit neatly into that category, which is why we're looking at the CIC to take the example of places like Saltdean Lido, of places like Pell's Pool over in Lewis, where you can work with the community, access different funding pots, which as a borough council we would not be able to do so, and bring it back to life. It's been closed for 2 years. We have an opportunity to build back better here. We have an opportunity to put in place all the kind of core material and infrastructure that a modern swimming pool needs. We can access funding pots which the borough would not be able to. To do that, we need residents' involvement, and it's fantastic that we have Friends of Mottcombe Pool and we have so many people in Old Town and Upperton and beyond who believe in that and want to be involved. With the tennis centre, with the Winter Garden, with the Congress and the building here, there is a track record of working with the community to deliver things. And when you extend that to the town and to the Royal Hippodrome, we have a track record of getting things done as well. Eastbourne is disproportionately blessed with heritage assets. It's wonderful, but they do come with a responsibility that can often be difficult to fulfil. For the sake of repeating myself, I want to make crystal clear, Mottcombe Pool will not be sold. Mottcombe Pool will reopen as a swimming pool. That's just reminded me Mr. Hall's comment about the scoping out of the 2 flats at the front of Mottcombe Pool. As part of our due diligence as looking at how we can reopen the pool, it would have been remiss of us not to look at that building that's on the front and work out if there was a way to generate income from the use of that building to facilitate the reopening of Mottcombe Pool. So that's why that popped up there. But Mottcombe Pool will not be redeveloped as housing. It will reopen as a swimming pool. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Murray.
You caught me halfway through scribbling down some notes there, so I'm going to have to freewheel some of this. As the Chair of Planning, it's one of the positions that councillors tend to shy away from. I've been doing it for 8 years now and still absolutely love the job. I'm doing it now because I'm passionate about the town. I love what I do and I love what we've got to preserve within the town. The mixture of heritage and what we could potentially have coming forward in new buildings and things to complement what we're trying to do within the town is really important, and I'm sort of really keen to sort of try and do everything that I can to support the existing heritage and to take the town forward into the 21st century as well. I've been in Eastbourne for about 30 years now, and I've seen sort of all of the major developments been happening down at the harbour. And as a carpenter and a building officer, I've also sort of been involved in actually building some of these buildings that we've got around the town as well. The way that we take this forward is by working in partnership with our community. And I've always had an open door policy with everybody that we've got coming into the town. We've worked with the developers when they're coming to the town and giving them an idea of what we would like to have. We've tried to up our game on the quality of the buildings that we have, working within the regulations that we have within the construction industry and the planning department. And I've also sort of tried to reach out to all the other various groups that we have within the town as well and make sure that we're communicating with them and taking the town and the councillors forward with us in every stage that we possibly can. And I want to continue doing that. So again, anybody who's here at the moment, it's an open door policy with me. I will come and I will talk to your group, and we can discuss whatever you're concerned about. A good example of this is TJ Hughes. The building that was suggested that might go there wasn't the best possible choice for Eastbourne. My mind has now been changed about how we could possibly take that forward. You know, so we're now sort of discussing about various things that we could possibly do with that going into the future. The sea defences was mentioned by Chris Leach about being potentially a horrible project. I see that as completely the opposite. I see this as a real opportunity for us to be able to influence what's going to happen. The reason why that we're going to be taking a couple of years out to before we actually start doing any works on the sea defences is because we want to have a full and proper consultation with everybody who wants to participate with it. You know, we've got the Marine Conservation Zone group, which are now getting involved with it. I'm hoping at Eastbourne Society we will be able to sort of have frank discussions with them as well, face to face with the officers from the sea defences and the environmental health, not environmental health, the environmental people, Environment Agency. And they're really keen to get our input. They don't want to put anything horrendous on our seafront. They want to put something which complements Eastbourne, and they want to put something here which saves those 10,000 houses that we need to do to protect our sea frontage, but also complement what we've got going forward. So don't see this as being a negative thing that's coming to the town. See it as being a really positive thing that we can all get in, that we can all influence. At that point, I've run out of notes. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I call on Councillor Wallace to come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've given up on having any dinner tonight, so I might as well speak. Just referring to Councillor Smart's motion, this council commits to properly maintaining its heritage and other assets such as Bandstand, Winter Garden, Redoubt, Fortress and Morecambe Pool. I think it goes without saying. We all do that. It's just the when and how, which is the tricky part. And we've mentioned this evening, or some councils mentioned CRCs and grants, which we could, and friends groups, which you could possibly apply for. But we have invested in our heritage in this town. Since I've been in council, we took it to the town hall, the Congress, and Devonshire Quarter, to name but a few. We've also facilitated the Hippodrome into a status, but the Hippodrome did have quite large private investors and a hefty local sponsorship, known to the current guy who's running it, which is an advantage. And I think about other heritage assets, and when I first got involved in politics, it used to be Friends of Parks, Friends of Princes Park, Friends of Hannon Park, Friends of Old Town Rec. Well, we've all invested in those now, and they've all got green flag status. That's how far we've come with some of these. So don't give up hope. And I'd like to thank Kirsten, Phil and Heidi for their contributions this evening. And I suppose I just want to throw around a few ideas, as we've got time. Is that we have closed a number of assets, and I'm thinking about public toilets mainly, and they still remain empty. What is the capital there if we were to sell those? What are the opportunities there to raise some funds which you could then perhaps invest in some of their other assets? All the, a number of the heritage assets listed, like the Bandstand, Winter Garden, Redoubt, and maybe Morecambe Pool, should be income generators. If we look at all our assets as a whole and see them as potential income generators, can we, or do we, in fact, I'll wait for others to correct me if I'm wrong, invest a percentage of the profits back into the maintenance of those buildings? If we had a plan saying, for argument's sake, 10% of the profits we make on all our assets will be ploughed into maintenance and repair work, would that help? Would it be possible to annually audit all our assets? So we have a maintenance firm going and say, look, and then we can identify works, because these things don't happen overnight. Roofs don't leak overnight. They do take a number of years to deteriorate. So it may be that we have somebody actually going and saying, look, let's do a complete review of these buildings, and actually they're fine, or actually no, you need to spend a couple of £100 on repairing that, or if that will get worse. It's just a couple of things we could potentially look at, because it is true, these assets are, well, I suppose they're very dear to all our hearts, really. I mean, as I said before, I'm an Eastbourne man, generation of my family. I remember, I swam in Mottcombe Pool. I've attended many of these places, and people do visit from outside the town to go to these places, and residents do use them. So we do need to keep them. They are very important to our heritage and our history, so maintaining them is vital. But they are old buildings, and we are a seafront town, so we will have additional pressures that perhaps other places don't do. The bandstand is battered by weather, and that's not going to get any easier as climate change starts to kick in. We will have a lot more storms, I'm predicting. We've had 3 in a month, so it could be something we have to put up with. So the cost of maintaining these buildings may increase. So certainly now is the time to look at these things. But I just want to throw some ideas about how we can look at getting to where we want them to be in the short term, but longer term look at what we do and invest in space. So we don't have to have this conversation again in 5 years' time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Freebody.
Very much, Mr. Mayor. I will be brief. We do need 20 miles an hour speed limits in this because actually councillors can't seem to understand what a red light is. Thank you to Chris, Phil, and Heidi for mentioning Bandstand, but also Mottcombe this evening. There's about 2 motions here. We've had the original one from Councillor Smart, and we've got the amendment from Councillor Burton. Councillor Burton, this is not about opposition creating anger. And in your motion, it's about you making political points. People are angry, and they're right to be angry. And the reason they're angry is because, as you said, you've been in power for 15 years. 15 years. And many of these assets, the bandstand, Mottcombe, all these other things, have fallen into, well, disrepute, disrepair. Councillor Wallace said earlier about Councillor Smart's motion that we do properly maintain our assets. And it's the word properly in there as well. Well, actually, we don't. I've run past the bandstand the other day with all its Harris fencing and everything else. It's in a complete state. We spoke about, there's a lot of deflecting going on here. Oh, the Devonshire Quarter, brilliant. Oh, great. Yeah, overspent by millions. This is fundamentally about management of our heritage assets. We've spoken, I think it might, I can't remember who it was earlier, it might have been Chris actually, that spoke, who's not an Eastbournian. Neither am I. I come from down the road in St Leonard's. But I moved here in 1996 and have loved it ever since. And our bandstand, our seafront, are what sets us apart from Hastings, from Brighton, from Worthing, from Seaford, Bexhill. Well, I quite like Delaware, to be fair. Not so much those shelters they've got up there. And crikey, we talk about tourism, we talk about generating investment, generating pride in our town, keeping it tidy. You know, if we want people to come to this town, if we want people to continue loving this town, then we need to spend money on our assets. And I'm sorry, but I think it was earlier on, Councillor Maxted, when we were talking about the budget, when this came up there, when you said, actually, in the alternative proposal by Councillor Burton, it says the council remains committed to, not maintaining, but renovating our heritage assets. But Councillor Maxted, you said, well, we don't need to spend 3 million. We can just spend the 750,000. Well, that's sort of putting a sticking plaster to the bandstand. Let's maintain it properly. So, look, this isn't about generating anger. I think people are right to be angry. In the motion, you've put £9.1 million of council tax. I mean, there's lots of political points in that amended motion. This shouldn't be about politics. If we come to the first motion that we had tonight, when it wasn't Russia and Ukraine, was it? We all sort of got along, we all sort of agreed. I think most of us in this room, well, I hope most of us, I hope all of us in this room agree that our heritage assets are important, that are fundamental long after we've gone. It's that line, isn't it, that, old men plant trees so that other generations can appreciate their shade. Well, that's why we need to generate and spend money on our heritage assets now, not just for us, but for our children and their children, and for generations to come. So, just in summary, could only support Councillor Smart's motion. It's non-political, it says properly maintaining, and as Councillor Smart said, it's not war and peace, but it gets to the point. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Can I call Councillor De Cara?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, I'd like to thank the public speakers, Chris Leach, Phil Hall and Heidi Emery. I think they've really summed up the feeling among Eastbourne residents. Eastbourne has some wonderful heritage assets, but many of them have been allowed to fall into disrepair. I think the old saying that a stitch in time saves 9 is something that this administration should certainly have heeded. Unfortunately, as they've not, the cost of restoring these wonderful assets is now becoming prohibitive. Eastbourne is a beautiful Victorian town, and many visitors come specifically to see these heritage landmarks. Of course, we must move with the times and modernise in some areas, but not at the expense of these heritage assets. It sometimes seems that this administration is not interested in the historic and beautiful, seeing it in some way as a bit old-fashioned. Well, the people of Eastbourne disagree, and I think they've proved that this evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Maxted? No? Okay. Councillor Tutt?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'd like to start by thanking the public speakers as well. I very much value the heritage assets that we have in Eastbourne, and I fought for all of my time on the council to try and protect them. Chris Leach mentioned the Heritage Centre. I was at the opening of the Heritage Centre when it was way back in the 1980s, and it's a building that we treasure. We have so many assets in Eastbourne. We're blessed, but that blessing sometimes comes with some difficulties. We've got not only those assets which are very much community orientated, and Mottcombe Baths is very much part of that. I learned to swim in both Mottcombe and Devonshire Baths, and so I really desperately want to see Mottcombe reopened. We have our parks, we have our recreation grounds, we have our gardens, and we spent a lot of money, as Steve Wallace said, on the parks and getting those really into a top state where we win awards for that. We've got heritage assets in abundance. Now, Councillor Smart said, why have you ignored all of them? Well, we haven't, Councillor Smart, because when I became leader of the council back in 2007, Treasure Island was closed, it was boarded up. There was a big public campaign to get it reopened. It is, and it's earning money and bringing money into the council. The town hall roof was leaking to the extent that the water was running down the walls of that very important heritage building to the town. Devonshire Park Theatre was looking totally shabby, and it needed work internally and externally. The Winter Garden had gaffer tape holding the carpet down, and the wonderful teak floor that's been exposed and renewed since we spent money on this Devonshire Park estate was entirely covered up. The Congress Theatre had masonry falling off the front of it. The Wish Tower restaurant, I wouldn't have wanted to eat in there. it was disgusting. And now, if you look at the investments we've actually made in that period of time, the new Bistro Pierre, this Devonshire Quarter estate here, the reopening of Treasure Island, the restoration of the town hall, that's all work that we've already done, and we've done it to a high quality, and we will with the bandstand as well. Councillor Smart's motion was, as Councillor Burton said, with the luxury of opposition. He didn't say where the money was coming from. Was he going to sell the downland farms? I don't know, because that's where the majority of that wealth is in our balance sheet. How was he going to accommodate the £255,000 additional burden on the revenue account to support that borrowing if we'd borrowed it? What would he have cut from our day-to-day services? I would far rather work together with people, genuinely, and I was surprised at Councillor Freebody, because I actually worked very closely with him on many projects to the benefit of the town. But we've got the assets I've already mentioned. The Sovereign Centre needs money spent on it. The Redoubt needs money spent on it. We've got other assets such as Holywell and the Italian Gardens. So I thank Councillor Burton for her amendment. I don't think it detracts from what Councillor Smart was seeking to do, but it asks government, who have taken away the annual revenue support grant that was £10 million, as has been said so many times this evening, to look at establishing a heritage maintenance fund, not just for Eastbourne, but for other towns and cities across the country who have that wealth of heritage assets, which not just local people enjoy, but visitors enjoy in large numbers. And to spend that, to share that money across those towns and cities. There are many councils that don't have any heritage assets at all. They would love to be in the position of having the assets that we've got, but they're very expensive to maintain. And with £9 million a year coming in from council tax, trying to spend many multi-million pounds on those assets is almost an impossible task for a council the size of Eastbourne, irrespective of which political party runs it.
Thank you, Councillor Todd. Nobody else wants to speak. Can I now ask Councillor Smart, do you wish to sum up before we go to a vote?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you all the councillors who have spoken. I will be brief. Clearly, as I suggested at the outset, I thought we might have unanimity on the motion, and my understanding in reality is that in terms of my motion, there is unanimity. As Councillor Freebody has indicated, it is a pity that the amendment has come forward, which has a bit of political flavour to it. I'll just deal with one or two issues. It's interesting that having raised this motion, which probably is long overdue to be discussed at full council, it has flushed out quite a number of slightly disparate issues. One is the Motcombe Pool situation, and I'm delighted to hear what Councillor Diplock has got to say about it, and that is a great benefit of having a meeting like this. But effectively, it's interesting that it's taken so long to get here for that thing to go ahead. In terms of Councillor Tutt's point, clearly some things have been done. I've never disputed that. The issue to me has always been that there's not been a proper comprehensive plan. Certain councillors and I were talking 5 years ago in terms of an asset review. We've never properly had a full asset review, and some of the assets have fallen through the cracks. I don't also believe that actually the council has to finance all of these assets, but we've got to have a plan for it. It may be that we can finance them from other sources and find some structures, but we need a plan. And just finally, in terms of Councillor Tutt's point, in terms of the major wealth being in the downland farms, I don't think that's factually correct. And I must remind him that, of course, it was the Lib Dem administration that had the misguided approach to actually contemplate selling off the downland farms in 2015. And I think at that stage, it was suggested that perhaps they might realise £12 million. Clearly, we're now in a position whereby even the Lib Dems wouldn't contemplate the sale of the Downland farms, but that is not the major asset. There are other assets which could be sold, and I've raised in the earlier meeting the fact that the £40 million, which has been suggested by the SIPFA, is part of the answer, but we should have been working on this for some time. I believe that the motion that I raised does have unanimity. I'm sorry to say that the amendment does not, because of its political flavour, and therefore we will be abstaining on the amended motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Maxted, as the seconder, you can speak if you wish. You don't have to, but you can.
So regarding Councillor Smart's motion, I accept Councillor Smart's sentiment in his motion, as it addresses concerns of residents and visitors to Eastbourne who are rightly concerned about the heritage assets, which, as we've heard tonight, they care passionately about. This is non-political. In fact, I mean, the only person to mention politics tonight has been Councillor Freebody. But I do feel that the wording of Councillor Smart's motion is ingenuous and vague and doesn't adequately or accurately reflect the Council's commitment to its heritage assets. And so I therefore would support the alternative proposal. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I will now put the alternative proposal to a vote by a show of hands. All those in favour, please show. Got it? Okay.
Against.
All those against, please show.
And abstentions?
Abstentions? Okay. Councillor Wallace as well.
So the alternative proposal was passed, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, the alternative proposal has been passed. We now move on to item 7B, Local Tax Reduction Scheme, pages 43 to 44. Can I ask Councillor Shuttleworth to move the recommendations of the report as set out in page 43 and the additional recommendations from the Director of Service Delivery set out on the agenda supplement, but not to speak to it at this stage? Okay. Can I ask Councillor Tutt to second the recommendations and indicate if you would like to reserve your right to speak during the debate? You reserve the right. Can I now invite Councillor Shuttleworth to speak to the recommendations?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could I draw Councillors' attention to the original, as moved in the December Cabinet meeting, points 1 and 2 on the local council tax reduction scheme, which were straightforward in terms of a continuation of a scheme and a continuation of the hardship fund. But councillors will also have had the additional papers in front of them, which include an additional item 3, which is about the energy rebate scheme 2022, where the new regulations have required this to be included in the council tax reduction scheme as from the government's directives of about a week ago. And I say that because I think it is actually not acceptable again for this sort of thing to happen, Mr. Mayor, in that sort of way. I think the cost of living crisis has been apparent to everybody for quite some time now, and the need to address that problem. And although we all welcome energy rebate support, I think in the case of this, it's too little and too late. Why the government didn't actually approach all the energy companies and work through the energy companies to do a full rebate scheme directly to the customers, I do not know. But if they wanted to insist on working through councils, why didn't they make the decision in time for the rebate to be delivered as part of the council tax billing process, which we're going through at the moment, which would have made absolute sense if they want to do it that way. Sadly, another case of www.governmentlastminute.com. Yes, the council will obviously administer the rebate, but I am concerned that the guidance that goes with that we're still waiting for from government at the moment, and that means the information about more discretionary payments, information about vulnerable people who might fall through the net, the concerns about data protection. There's a lot of information we're still waiting for, but I formally move that we do adopt this, as obviously it is a statute from government, and incorporate with that with the amendments, sorry, the motion that came from Cabinet. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I now invite councillors to debate this item if they wish to. Does Councillor Tutt still want to sum up? Councillor Shuttleworth, do you want to add to what you said? Okay. Can I put the recommendation to a vote by show of hands? All those in favour, please show.
Unanimous, Mr. Mayor.
Unanimous. Thank you. Item 7C. Appointment of external auditor, pages 45 to 59. Can I ask Councillor Maxted to move the recommendations of the report, but not to speak to it at this stage? Right. Can I ask Councillor Shore to second the recommendations and indicate if you would like to reserve the right to speak? Right. Would Councillor Maxted like to speak to the recommendations?
I'll keep it short for reference for members. It's pages 49 to 59. I'm quite happy to address any concerns and questions they may have. But on the 12th of January, members of the Audit and Governance Committee considered the report of the Chief Finance Officer and unanimously agreed to recommend that full council accepts the invitation from the Public Sector Audit Appointments, the PSAA, to opt into the sector-led option for the appointment of external auditors for the 5-year period commencing the 1st of April 2023. I therefore move that this council approves the committee's recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Are there anyone who would like to speak? Would Councillor Shaw is not going to thank you.
Yeah, it's 10 o'clock now, so you need to vote to continue.
Right, I've got to adjourn while we're sitting here for a moment and ask you if you would like to continue the meeting, which I think will take about a half an hour more. Second, everybody agreed? Thank you. That's the easiest vote of the night. Right. Does Councillor Maxted want to sum up? You're quite happy. Can I now put the recommendations to a vote by show of hands? All those in favour, please show.
That's unanimous, Mr. Mayor.
Unanimously. You might even get out before half an hour. Item 7D, approval of licensing fees and charges for 2022 to 2023, pages 61 to 88. Can I ask Councillor Maxted to move the recommendation of the report as set out on page 61 and in the replacement appendix, which has been circulated in the agenda supplement 2 and is tabled, but not to speak to them at this stage? You're happy to move. Can I ask Councillor Belsey to second the recommendation, to indicate if you'd like to reserve the right to speak? Thank you. I think I heard that. I now invite councillors to debate the item.
Councillor Maxted's got to speak to the recommendation.
Sorry, Councillor Maxted, you must speak to the recommendation. Got ahead of myself.
Again, it's going to be very brief. For members' information, it's on pages 61 to 68. On the 17th of January, the Licensing Committee was asked to consider the report of the Director of Service Delivery, which sought the approval of the proposed licensing fees from the 1st of April 2022 as set out within Appendix 1 of the report. Appendix 1 contains an arithmetical error which was identified at the meeting in respect of estimated annual income from taxi licensing. Table 2.1 of the report contains the accurate figures. Members will have recently received a corrected version of the fees as Agenda Supplement 2, pages 3 to 8, with page 4 now showing the correct income from taxi licensing of £84,550 for 21-22. At the meeting, it was unanimously resolved the full council be recommended to approve the proposed licensing fees, which will apply from the 1st of April 2022, as set out within Appendix 1 of the report, the corrected version of which is within this meeting's Agenda Supplement 2. I therefore move that this council approves the committee's recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Can I invite councillors to debate this item? Councillor Belsey, would you like to speak as a seconder? Thank you. Councillor Maxted, would you like to sum up? You're quite happy. I'll now put the recommendation to a vote by a show of hands. All those in favour?
Unanimous, Mr. Mayor.
All those against?
Unanimous, Mr. Mayor.
Unanimous. Okay, nobody against. Item 7E, review of cumulative impact assessment, part of the Statement of Licensing Act Policy 2019 to 2024, pages 69 to 71. Can I once again ask Councillor Maxted, this time as Chair of the Licensing Committee, to move the recommendation and set out the report, but not necessary to speak at this stage? Right. Can I ask Councillor Tutt to second? Do you wish to speak at this moment? No? Okay. Can I ask Councillor Maxted to speak to the proposal?
The reference to this is pages 69 to 71. And on the 17th of January, the Licensing Committee was asked to review the Council's cumulative impact assessment part of the Statement of Licensing Act Policy 2019 to 2024. At that meeting, it was unanimously resolved to support option C, as set out in the committee report, and remove the cumulative impact assessment part of the Council's Statement of Licensing Act Policy 2019 to 24 at this time, with an option to reintroduce if it becomes necessary and to recommend to full council for approval. I therefore move that this council approves the committee's recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
If anyone would like to speak to this item, please raise a hand.
Councillor Holt.
I can't hold. Yeah.
Councillor Holt first.
Yeah. Councillor Holt.
Just for sake of clarity, I note that Shu Symes, Chair of your Eastbourne bid, spoke at the meeting Whilst I wasn't there, of course, I do work for your Eastbourne bid, so as a point of order, it's probably best for me to note that as an interest, and a disclosable interest, but not one that's pecuniary or anything else. Thank you.
Councillor Lamb.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know you'll all hate me, but I won't keep you for long. I can't vote in favour of this because of the concerns I have about some of the issues in the town centre at the moment with some of the bars and the problems that the neighbourhood residents are having with noise and antisocial behaviour. I've been involved with a group for 10 months now working on this, and the loss of the cumulative impact assessment would be detrimental to ensuring that people comply with their licences and planning and all the regulations. So I'm sorry I can't support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak? David, Councillor Tutt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be brief. When the cumulative impact policy was brought in, I believe that it was the right thing to do. There were an increasing number of bars and outlets coming forward for licences. I think that it's difficult now to sustain that because the numbers have dropped, although I very much appreciate what Councillor Lamb said. I've had messages from the same group, and I believe we do need to work with the police to try and tackle those issues. But my understanding is the police were in favour of the dropping of the cumulative impact policy. It was also the unanimous vote of the licensing committee, which is of course cross-party. So whilst happily work with Councillor Lamb to try and tackle the issues that she mentions, I would ask Council to agree the recommendation.
Councillor Maxter, do you wish to sum up?
Cumulative impact assessment, part of the Council's Statement of Licensing Act policy, must be reviewed every 3 years. It's actually been in place since 2007 and applies just to a specific area covering the town centre. And it created a rebuttal presumption within that specified area as far as licensing applications are concerned. Should the authority decide to keep the cumulative impact assessment, then it would need to set out evidence as to why it should remain. That's the legal requirement, and there was no evidence provided to the licensing committee to suggest that the cumulative impact assessment should remain. So, and as Councillor says, it was a unanimous resolution on behalf of the members. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I will now put the recommendations to a vote by a show of hands. All those in favour? Thank you. Against? I think that is carried.
Any abstentions?
Abstaining?
No, that's carried, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We now come to item 8, motions. Item 8D, motion for cardiology services at Eastbourne DGH. And can I ask Councillor Barbarinda to move his motion set out on page 3 of the agenda, but not to speak to it at this stage?
I'd like to move the motion, Mr. Mayor.
Can I ask Councillor Smart to second the motion, and to do reserve the right to speak later?
Mr. Mayor, and I reserve the right to speak. Thank you.
Okay. Can I now ask Councillor Barbarinda to speak to his proposal?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I regret that this has come at the end of a long night. However, this is a really, really important motion. I'm sure members of the council and members of the public will agree, and so we should give this the time that it deserves in spite of the hour. That said, I don't intend to drone on and on and on. Now, I'm a DGH baby. The first thing I ever saw was the ceiling of the maternity ward back in 1993. So this is, of course, very close to my heart and very close to many other people's heart in this room and beyond as well. And I want to start by congratulating the Save the DGH campaign group that I'm proud to be a member of, and other folks in this room are a member of too. But I'd like to congratulate the group led by Liz Walk for leading the opposition to the changes that the motion describes this evening. And those are changes to our cardiology services, potentially at the DGH. On the table is the prospect of losing full cardiology services at our hospital. Now, there are some positive plans that the Trust, ESHT, do have for improving cardiology and ophthalmology services that are within these proposals, but I cannot support the removal of services from the DGH. And time after time, we're finding services are stripped out of our hospital. And on the guillotine now are some of our specialist cardiology services, and we need them. We need them because of the size of our town. Eastbourne is one of the fastest growing towns in the southeast. Our hospital should therefore be one of the fastest growing, yet it seems like it's one of the fastest shrinking as far as the services that are available in our DGH. Eastbourne needs and deserves these services in full because of the transport issues that will arise if these services are not available here and people have to travel to another hospital to access them. The link on roads to neighbouring hospitals is dubious at best, and ambulance waiting times are going through the roof, putting lives at risk. Also, we need to ensure that we have a fresh, modern hospital in the DGH. In fact, Liz Walk has said, a hospital fit for this century has to be a hospital which offers excellence in all the major specialisms, and that includes full cardiology services. Also, we need and deserve these services in Eastbourne to honour our older population. It's an honour that many folks choose to retire in Eastbourne. They look at all of the places in the country, indeed in the world, and choose to come here. With that brings additional risk, though, for example, when it comes to heart disease and other heart conditions, that those specialist cardiology services are critical to addressing. We need to ensure that those services remain in this town accessible to those folks and many more. And Eastbourne needs and deserves these cardiology services in full, simply because we have the existing facilities and capacity to continue to hit the ground running in terms of the delivery of them by our amazing NHS staff. 450 patients already access single-sited services at the DGH, owing to the larger number of cardiology beds here and the 2 cath labs here, which is more than some neighbouring hospitals. And that's why these services must be retained in full. This is a life or death issue. I therefore call on ESHT to retain full cardiology services at the DGH. I call on the public to feed in and contribute their views to the consultation that's open, and it closes on the 11th of March. It's really, really critical that folks contribute to that, because it's the weight of local opinion that is going to help to secure the retention that we need. I also call on the government to future-proof us against risks like this by honouring its pledge of a brand new hospital for Eastbourne. No ifs and no buts. And lastly, I call on fellow councillors to back this motion to protect our local hospital. This cross-party motion, which I'm delighted is seconded by my colleague both in this chamber and on the Save the DGH campaign group, Councillor Robert Smart. I will use my summing up later to read out a statement by Liz Walk from the Save the DGH campaign group, who would have liked to have been here this evening,
Thank
but
you.
isn't able to. Thank you.
We'll now move to the debate. Councillors, if you would like to speak to this item, please raise a hand. Councillor Diplock. Smart later, I know. Everybody. Councillor Diplock. I've just got 3.
Sorry, everyone, I know it's getting a little bit late. I fully support this motion. Thanks to Councillor Barberini for bringing it, and thanks to Councillor Smart for seconding it. We've already lost full services in some areas at DDH. If you need full paediatrics or full maternity, they've already gone to Hastings. If you have a poorly child, as many of us have and probably have experienced, after 6 p.m. the only way to get them seen is to go to A&E and await a transfer over to Hastings. Anything we can do to prevent the sliding off of more services, we should try and do. And I welcome this motion wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Councillor Freebody.
Try to be brief. I like to declare that I work for the NHS, but I do not work for ESHT, so I work for Sussex Partnership. I'm going to be brief, but I'm going to be really unpopular, actually, in this room. This is a motion about public health that sits with East Sussex County Council, Health Overview and Scrutiny Committee, and 4 councillors, 2 on each side, have already declared an interest earlier on. Councillor Barberini, you said about the removal of full cardiology. That's not correct. The proposals would not affect unplanned or emergency care. Specialist heart teams will be based on each emergency department at the Conquest and at the Eastbourne District General Hospital. And that's important because quick treatment to get blood flow into the heart muscle is important, as this can reduce the amount of permanent damage to the heart and save lives. At the end of the day, the outcome of the consultation should be for what's best for the patient. Patient outcomes are more important than anything else. These proposals have been developed by hospital doctors, GPs, and other health professionals. They are the clinicians. Okay, so when you go to a consultant at the DGH, whether it be cardiology, stroke, whether you go to GP, you trust them. They're the clinicians to make those clinical judgments. This is what they're doing in this. We talk about public consultation. If you go on Hastings Borough Council's website, go on their home page. At the top, it's got have your say on a consultation. Nothing on Borough Council's website that I can find easily. That's, if we want people to engage, that's what we should be doing. What clinicians are recommending is those that need the most complex treatments, concentrating on highly specialised care at one site, would enable staff to develop greater expertise in new treatments, making them available to all East Sussex patients who need them. So I'm not against this motion, but I'm not for it either. I'm afraid once again, and I say this as someone who's worked in the NHS for the last 26 years, I feel this is yet more the NHS being used as a political football. You might not agree with me, that's just my feeling. But at the end of the day, it needs to be what's the best outcome from the patient, no matter where that is. And sometimes you have a road traffic collision accident at the moment, and your trauma's that bad, you don't even go to DGH, you go straight to Brighton. And I'd rather, if something happened to me, go to the best place where I'm going to get the correct care, wherever that site is. So, sorry, probably made myself very unpopular in this room, but I'm just speaking my mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I call Councillor Smart to the seconder, Councillor Whitby. Okay. Go ahead.
Hello. Now, I think, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The reason I've decided to speak on this, I wasn't going to, but as lead for disability, I have to take issue with some of Councillor Freebody's comments. I don't know how many of you in this room are under a cardiologist. I am, and I have been for years, and I will be for the rest of my life. It's a fact of my life that I do get taken to hospital by ambulances quite a lot. I have 4 children at home and a husband. One of them's disabled. There is nothing that he would need less than having to travel to Hastings every day to see me. That is all I have to say.
Councillor Tudd.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can genuinely say that I wasn't intending to speak on this item until Councillor Freebody's contribution. I wouldn't for one moment, though, wish to stop him expressing his views. The difficulty here is that we are the largest town in East Sussex. We have an elderly population who rely very heavily on cardiology, and we also have a catchment area which extends well beyond the boundaries of Eastbourne. For those reasons, I think it's vitally important that we retain cardiology services here. My preference is that they're available at Hastings as well as Eastbourne. I'm not trying to steal something from Hastings and bring it here. I refute the idea that this is in any way party political. It's a notice motion that I had hoped would have been unanimously approved. I know that Councillor Smart has actually asked, and because I was originally going to second this, but I happily stepped down to allow him to second this. And the Save the DGH group is, of course, cross-party and involves not only the two parties represented on the council, but those beyond. I'm glad that 4 members of HOSCA are here to hear the debate, and I genuinely hope that we can make sure that our DGH, our hospital here in Eastbourne, not only retains cardiology but ultimately gets all of what we consider to be core services, and that's the Save the DGH group, who have been very much a cross-party group from its inception, when I know Councillor Balsi and I were there, and that those services are available to all. Cardiology, as Councillor Whippy says, is vitally important to just so many people. It's not just about the travelling, although that's an element of it for families. It's about getting that attention as quickly as possible at a hospital near to us.
Thank you. I'm going to call Councillor Smart as the seconder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I'm very pleased to second this motion, and it is indeed a pleasure to show to our dwindling number of residents where we all work on a cross-party basis for the good of Eastbourne. So we end up at the end of the night with a good, positive cross-party approach. Since I resigned as audit chairman of ESHT some years ago, I have campaigned with some in-house knowledge with the Save the DGH campaign group for core acute health services to be provided in Eastbourne. The leader of the council and I are in agreement on these issues. And Councillor Babarinde has now joined the Save the DGH group, of which our MP, Caroline Ansell, is also a member, and as is the Labour Party and others. ESHT's record on cardiology has been very, very good indeed, and Professor Nick Patel and his colleagues deserve our credit and thanks for the work that they have done in the past, and we hope will continue to do in Eastbourne. I should say the fears in terms of it being removed from Eastbourne, if you're a betting man, you would assume that it will not be moved from Eastbourne. But the fact of the matter is there is a consultation, and we would encourage all residents to participate in the consultation. And interesting to learn from Council Freebody of what is on the Hastings Borough Council website, which is not on the Eastbourne Borough Council website. Perhaps that could be changed. But I second the motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Smart. Would Councillor Babarinde wish to sum up before we take a vote? Yes, he would.
I'd like to thank members for making their contributions, and again thank Councillor Smart for seconding this motion. I guess before I read out a statement from Liz Walk, I really want to assure Councillor Freebody that this is a cross-party initiative here that we're talking about. And so I'd hate for him to go away and think it was anything else. I think Robert Smart's seconding of this, as well as the full support that this motion has from Liz Walk and the Save the DGH campaign, are testament to that. So Liz has sent me a statement. She has said, the Save the DGH campaign group has had almost unanimous support from local people and is truly cross-party, which is quite unusual. We have focused on having all core services at Eastbourne DGH, as we believe the local population deserves this. With the government promising a new hospital in Eastbourne, it's vital that all the core services are provided here. We fully support improvement plans for cardiology and ophthalmology, but are wholly opposed to removing any interventional cardiology services currently provided at the DGH. Furthermore, with treatment for stroke, diabetes and cardiology being linked, it would be inconceivable to think interventional cardiology services would be improved if these were removed and split by site over 20 miles apart. Interventional electrophysiology has already been centralised at the DGH, which has a second dedicated lab and personnel to support this lab. We, as a campaign group, are very grateful for Eastbourne Borough Council's support throughout the years, and once again, thank you all for allowing us, via Liz, to speak on this very important motion this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. I now put this motion to a vote by a show of hands. All those in favour, please show. Are there anybody against? Abstentions?
Mr. Mayor, just so it's noted in the minutes, those of us who are members of HOS, obviously,
Sorry?
we listened, but we haven't partaken in the proceedings.
That's recorded.
Okay. It's carried. We're now on to the last page. Item 9, calendar of meetings 2022 to 23. Can I ask councillors if they are happy to agree the calendar of meetings for 2022 to 23. The final calendar will be ratified at the annual meeting. Do any councillors agree before I have to speak? Thank you. Special urgency decisions by Cabinet members, item 10. Can I ask councillors to note the urgent decisions made by the leader since the last meeting in relation to Unicom Hospitality and Leisure Grant Scheme and the COVID-19 Additional Relief Fund Scheme? Are they noted? Yes. Discussion on minutes of council bodies. No minutes have been called for discussion. Is the council happy to note the minutes? Yes, they are. The date of the next meeting, it's scheduled. A meeting of the full council is on the 18th of May 2022 at 6 p.m. The agenda is now complete. I close the meeting at 10:30. Thank you all for your attendance, good humour, and good night.